And welcome everyone. Greetings. Welcome to Progressive Discussions Open Topic Talk. It is an unseasonably chilly spring. Actually, this spring has been cold, 2024. And it is May. We are just getting into the first week of May 2024. And it's cold. I mean, I was in a church before, literally about a 10-minute walk right next door to where I live. There's a very large and very old Catholic church. And it was built in 1906. It's very big. It's a beautiful church. But, you know, the priest there he's moody. He's a Philippine guy. He's moody. You know, they can be rude. Their personality can be rude. I'm sorry. And then you have the usual church people who keep to themselves. I don't know if they're sanctimonious and self-righteous and think they have a bat phone to God. I don't know, because I can't read minds, but many of them keep to themselves. A few of them are friendly, but most are not friendly. And the only time they smile and wave at you is when they turn around and say, "Peace be with you." That's it. And they barely do that. And, you know, I mean, I don't know if they think they have a bat phone to God and if they think they're above others, but they're very annoying. So from now on, I'm going to attend Mass online, being held by the one and only, the star of the Travel Channel show Ghost Adventures, exorcist Bishop Brian Ouellette. And he knows me. He's a very nice, friendly, very highly intelligent man, and he's a foodie fanatic too, like me. He loves fine food and fine wine and fine Scotch whiskeys, top shelf booze, hooch, and even high quality cigars. You know, he's into all that, and he is a great pianist. I mean, he composes his own music. He plays the piano, really nice. And I was listening to his latest creation, his latest composition of piano music, and outstanding, highly talented clergyman, pastor, whatever you want to call him. He's a bishop, and but he's very talented, very highly intelligent. I love his sermons. He makes a lot of sense. He hits the nail right on the head when it comes to today's society and the world we're living in. And I salute him, really. I mean, um, I'll dedicate the show to exorcist Bishop Brian Ouellette. He's in the process of building a new church down in Georgia. And I also want to say, I want to give an early Happy Mother's Day. This is our Mother's Day 2024 show. And I just want to send blessings to all the mothers out there who are real mothers. I mean, devoted mothers, not mothers that are just simply that just simply got knocked up by um, some slime ball that slid from under a rock. They just got pregnant by somebody and they're a baby making machine. You know, I'm talking about real mothers. And I just want to send my blessings to them and say Happy Mother's Day. And, you know, I miss my mother. She's deceased. And we were very close. But you know what? As long as you remember them, you keep them alive in spirit. As long as you have fond memories of your parents, in a way, you do keep them alive. But, I mean, like my grandmother used to say years ago, the reason why they make such a big fuss about Mother's Day is because, and not Father's Day, is because anybody could be a father. It's a big deal. You got somebody pregnant. You're a father. Big deal. I don't mean shit. But you only have one mother. And if she carries you for 9 months and goes into labor and gives birth to you and takes care of you as a baby and a child, and you get the nurturing and love, you have a real mother right there. Excuse me while I drink my medicinal antioxidant rich elixir, my concoction that I put together. Mutter's Day, M-U-T-R, mutter. Hey, Sid, man, how you doing? Hey, brah, where's the guy from Chicago that's dating the virgin? He's dating the virgin. He's been seeing her every waking moment, which I told him, be careful, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't give a woman too much validation, if any. Don't see it too much. They get spoiled. And then when you try to do something with your friends, or you want to do what you enjoy, maybe one of your hobbies and interests, or just do something with the guys, then they give you a hard time. Then they start laying the old guilt trip on you. No, it's not good. He's seeing her way too often. And I think I know why. Because I told him privately, I said, you're thinking with your penis. You he, he really wants to get laid pronto. And I hope that this girl, this woman, the virgin, does. It reminds me of the episode on Seinfeld where Jerry was dating the virgin that was saving herself. But this woman is middle-aged and she's a virgin. What is she saving herself for? Some old geezer in a nursing home? I told him, be careful. There's a reason. Listen, there's something called red flags. Sid. If you're a smart alpha or sigma male, you are wise to spotting red flags in other people. And being a virgin in your 50s is a big red flag. But he's, too much. I know another guy that's like that with his girlfriend, too much lovey-dovey. And then, what happens is they get used to you being around 24/7. You can't crawl up each other's ass. That's not good. That's not a healthy relationship. Good morning, my dear Masumi from Japan, from Chiba Prefecture, southeastern Japan. Good morning to you. And it happens to be 9:15 a.m. Sunday in Japan. And thank you for stopping by and giving your greetings, Masumi. I appreciate it. Oh, man. I am going to start the show. Let's see. What subject am I going to start with? I'm going to leave science for last. I don't have a lot of things here. Which one is this? Oh, this is a TikTok video. It's called Crying for Trump. Hopefully it'll open up. What the heck? Get the fuck out of here. The damn fuck. Police cried during... I don't know if this is legitimate or a joke, but if it's a joke, we're open to a good laugh here on Progressive Discussions. You're very welcome, Masumi from Japan, as always. You're very welcome on this show. All right. All right, let's see what we got going here. Is the damn thing working? Just want to make sure this is working. TikTok. TikTok. TikTok? No. TikTok. What the hell's...
In an interview, Donald Trump claimed that New York police and court employees were crying when they arrested him. Why is everyone in Trump's stories always crying?
People came to me and they saw me and they were crying.
Very tough, very strong, very powerful men. They were crying.
And they had tears in their eyes and they were all crying. Everybody was crying. People were crying.
They're crying.
These are people that didn't cry when they were babies. They never cried in their life, and they were crying. A lot of them were crying.
So you're bragging that when people see you, they just like burst into tears? Because it never sounds like excited crying, like when teenagers see like BTS. It sounds more like scared crying, like when hostages see Jigsaw.
Crying. What are they crying? The people are crying over me. Crying over you. Who is that? Roy Orbison, right? Crying. Crying. Roaring. What's this one? Right to Life Nuts? Let me see. Is it a video or? Oh man. Oh, it's an article, but it's serious. Oh man. Crying. Crying. How come? Oh, don't worry. I got some really good panelists to come on the show. They're not all alcoholics. Dissenter Damien Owens is not an alcoholic. Ronnie Simpson's not an alcoholic. He's been sober for a long time, because if he comes on drunk, he's not a happy drunk. He gets confrontational, and he knows better than that. So he's been coming on fine. Western Mike Goldsmith Hilton, he's been coming on sober. He's not a drunk, not anymore. Who else? We have. We're going to have a psychic, physical medium, clairvoyant, Reiki master. She's a professional. We're going to have her on the show soon. So I don't want alcoholics on my show. If they're going to do that, I rather mute them and tell them not to come on. All right. Okay, here we go. Louisiana lawmakers reject adding exceptions of rape and incest to abortion ban. Okay, it's pretty bad. Forcing a woman to carry a rapist's baby, or if you're a victim of incest as a woman, to carry a most likely physically defected child, a product of incest, because your uncle, raped the girl, pedophile uncle raped her. Now look at this fat slob here. My body, my choice. My body, my choice. Now who's gonna knock her up? Look how fat she is. Unbelievable, huh? Despite pleas from Democrats and gut-wrenching testimony from doctors and rape survivors, a GOP-controlled legislative committee rejected a bill Tuesday that would have added cases of rape and incest as exceptions to Louisiana's abortion ban. In the reliably red lunatic state with retards, which is firmly ensconced in the Bible Belt. I call it the cult belt, and where even some Democrats oppose abortions. Adding exceptions to Louisiana's strict law has been an ongoing battle for advocates. Well, there's a reason why our founding fathers kept church and state separated, and for a very good reason. No religious fanatic or religious nut should affect law because no one has been able to prove that their God exists. You hear that, people? All right. Okay, where were we? With a similar measure failing last year, currently of the 14 states with abortion bans at all stages of pregnancy, 14 retarded states, okay. 6 have exceptions in cases of rape, and 5 have exceptions for incest. Well, if the poor girl is a victim of incest and she's underage, then the pedophile relative should go to prison. I will beg members or committee members. What's going on here? I will beg committee members to come to common sense. No, they're not going to get common sense from these people. Democratic State Representative Alonzo Knox said to fellow lawmakers ahead of the vote, urging them to give approval to the exceptions. I'm begging now. No beg. You scream, you yell, you curse, you stick your finger in their face or your fist. No begging, no begging. You see how these damn Democrats, they're so worried about people not liking them. They feel like they have to be friends with the Republicans and not have any enemies. They're so worried about approval that they have to beg to get other politicians to use common sense. No, that's a sign of weakness. It's a sign of being a pussy. Lawmakers voted against the bill along party lines, with the measure failing 4-7. A nearly identical bill met the same fate last year. Well, because brain cell deficient people do not suddenly get smarter and wiser. Of course, it fails year after year, effectively dying in the same committee in the hopes of advancing the legislation out of committee and to the House floor for full debate. Bill sponsor, Democratic State Representative Delisha Boyd, what a name, Delisha, sounds like delicious, added an amendment to the measure so that the exceptions would only apply to those who are younger than 17. However, the change was still not enough to sway opponents. You're not going to sway these people because they're cultists. They belong to a cult. Okay, we have cases here in Louisiana with children being raped and then subjected to carrying a child to term. Boyd, a Democrat who has told her own mother's story in an effort to fight for passage of the bill. I hope we take a look at the fact that this is to protect the most vulnerable, our children. You can't reason with wickedness, and you can't reason with religious fanatics that belong to a cult. You gotta play hardball. Sometimes you gotta wage war. Sometimes you gotta hit below the belt very hard and hit them below the belt before they can hit you. I'm sorry. Using diplomacy and negotiating with the enemy, with the wicked enemy, is a waste of time, Democrats. Okay, Boyd said she will continue to try to get the bill onto the floor, possibly asking the House chamber to vote to bypass the committee However, the technique is rarely successful for Democrats in the legislature where Republicans hold a supermajority. I could have told you that. I say this all the time. No, you know what? There's no need to go on. It really pisses me off. It really pisses me off. It goes on and on and on, but it's the same crap. The spineless, wimpy, pussy Democrats have to not only pass the bills they want to pass, but they have to be friends with the opposition. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Okay, Bernie Sanders issues bad news for Trump ahead of election. Well, we're going to hear some real wisdom. Here's a guy that's not afraid to raise his voice and point his finger and shake his fist. Yeah, Justin. Go fuck yourself.
My pleasure. Good to be with you.
You too. We've got the most consequential election of our lifetimes coming up after what was already the most consequential election of our lifetimes in the 2020 election. But President Biden's now contending with waning enthusiasm from young people and progressives as the result of Gaza and Israel, for example. What do you say to those people who right now feel like they want to punish Biden at the ballot box in November by either voting against him or not voting at all?
Well, Brian, that is maybe the most important question that we can discuss. So let me be clear. I strongly disagree with President Biden over his administration's approach to what's going on in Gaza.
Hey, incidentally, Sid, you're welcome to come on the show. You're not an alcoholic. Just say the word, and I'll send you the link. I'll put the link right here, and you can come on the show. And you don't even have to use your webcam. You can do it by way of audio. But you have to select an avatar. I can't stand that ugly gray circle with the person's initials in the middle. It's so hideous. You have to choose an avatar or an image or a photo, or if you don't care, use your webcam. Come on by way of audio and video. So that's it. You're a pretty smart guy. You would be an asset to the show. All right, I said what I had to say.
In my view, and I think that view is shared by a strong majority of the American people, especially young people, often young people of color, the reality is that while Israel has every right in the world to respond militarily to the terrorist attack by Hamas, they do not have the right to go to war against the entire Palestinian people. And that is precisely what we are seeing right now. I think as we speak, close to 35,000 Palestinians have been killed. Over 77,000 have been wounded. That is more than 5% of the entire population. Infrastructure destroyed, education destroyed, healthcare system destroyed. And right now, we're looking at the possibility of hundreds of thousands of children starving. So I think the president is dead wrong on that issue. And I did my best to make sure, and will continue to do my best to make sure, that Israel does not get U.S. military aid to continue that war. Having said that, I would hope that people, in response to your question, take a deep breath and say, okay, what are our options here? We disagree with Biden on Gaza. We're going to look at Donald Trump. Well, Donald Trump is a pathological liar. Donald Trump is a guy who does not believe that women have a right to control their own bodies. He is somebody who thinks that climate change is a hoax. somebody who has said incredibly bigoted and racist remarks, who wants to give massive tax breaks to billionaires, who wants to throw millions of people off of healthcare. That is not an alternative. What is the alternative? The alternative is to continue to elect progressives to the House and occasionally to the Senate, build a political movement which demands that Biden starts addressing the needs of working people, the environment, and changes his views on foreign policy.
To that point, can you speak about the ability to move Biden versus the ability to move Trump for some folks?
Look, I think both Trump and Biden are good politicians. That's all. And you're in a political moment. They listen to people. If you think that Biden's people are not concerned with the numbers that they are seeing, where young people who used to be supportive of a Democratic nominee are increasingly less supportive, if you think they're not paying attention to that, you'd be dead wrong. So I think we've got to continue the pressure. And in my view, the pressure right now is to say to President Biden, okay, you won your vote to get more military aid to Israel, but you don't have to release that until Israel does A, B, C, and D. And that is, most importantly, end this humanitarian disaster, which could lead to the starvation of huge numbers of people.
Now, to a similar point, we've got an economy right now with some really strong indicators. Inflation is down from where it was. Real wages are up. Employment's at under 4% for the longest stretch in half a century. Stock market's at an all-time high, record job growth. But for a lot of people in this country, they're not feeling its effects. And while inflation is down, for example, prices are still up generally. So how do you approach this issue for folks who simply enough say, I'm paying more at the grocery store. This cereal was cheaper when Donald Trump was in office?
The economy today is stronger than it was when Trump was in office for all of the reasons that you gave. You know, we take it for granted. In my state of Vermont right now, you know what our major economic crisis is right now? It is a labor shortage.
Good problem to have.
Yeah, well, it's not. I mean, it really is impacting our economy. We don't have enough workers. And that is true in many parts of the country. But that is a much better problem to have than to have millions of people who want to work and unable to find jobs. What we have, I think what people are dealing with, and you know, Brian, there are a lot of, you know, people's attitudes are shaped by a lot of things. They are shaped by the pain that we went through with COVID. They're shaped by the fears that we have with regard to climate change. What kind of planet will we have for our kids and our grandchildren? They're shaped by racism and bigotry. They're shaped by a lot of things. And I think right now, when people are looking at the economy, what they are perceiving, I think correctly, is, yeah, the economy maybe, it's okay, but it's doing really well for the people on top. And that is a point that we don't make often enough. In fact, the 1% in America, the billionaire class, have never, ever had it so good. Not in the history of this country. More income and wealth inequality than we have ever had. 3 people owning more wealth than the bottom half of American society. Richest people getting much richer. So I think what the president has got to talk about is say, all right, look, we made some progress on the economy. We're rebuilding our infrastructure. That's good. Making some progress, lowering the cost of prescription drugs, an issue I've worked on. That's good. We are forgiving, by the way, a lot of student debt. I don't know if you're aware of it, but we're talking about millions of young people whose lives have been transformed. I talked to a woman, I was at Morgan State a couple of weeks ago, and she was faculty member, $80,000 in debt, removed, transformative for her life. All right, and that is true I talk to people in Vermont, same thing. We got to talk about that. But most importantly, we have got to demand that the president come up with an agenda that takes on powerful special interests, income and wealth inequality. And by the way, I don't know if you've had the occasion to talk to Lena Khan from the FTC. Have you had that occasion?
No, I haven't spoken to her.
It's a worthwhile discussion. She is doing a tremendous job. Best FTC chair we have ever had in breaking up monopolies and standing up for working people. So we have made some progress, but I do understand the reality that today, real inflation accounted for dollars are no better than they were 50 years ago, despite all of the increase in productivity that we've seen.
Now, another issue that really has impacted people across this country is obviously the issue of abortion. In a recent interview with Time, Donald Trump came out and expressed support for allowing states to monitor women's pregnancies so that they can know if they've gotten an abortion after a ban was put in place. Can I get your reaction to that?
I mean, what can I say? I mean, what can you say? Monitoring women's pregnancies in the land of the free. I mean, it is, unspeakable. And clearly what Trump and many of his Republican colleagues are about are at war with women's rights, trying to roll back the gains that women have struggled for so many years. But the idea that after women had won the constitutional right, what we thought was the constitutional right, to be able to control their own bodies, you got a Supreme Court undermining, overturning Roe v. Wade, and you got states all over this country, in my view, just humiliating women by taking away basic rights. So, when we talk about one of the issues of this campaign, let's be clear. Biden has been very strong on trying to protect a woman's right to control her own body. And Trump and the Republicans have been absolutely disastrous. And I would hope people perceive and understand that as we go into the election.
I think what's especially crazy, too, is that they're making this decision on the heels of, 10, 15 years ago, fear-mongering about death panels in response to the ACA. And they said you couldn't possibly allow government to get between a woman and her doctor because they'll decide, who lives or dies. And now you have government in between a woman and her doctor deciding who can get life-saving medical treatment and who can't, just because, theocrats want to kind of impose their religious will onto people who don't want it.
Hi, this is Mark Barton at Sandy Hook Promise in Newtown, Connecticut.
And hi, this is Nicole Hockley, also from Sandy Hook Promise. And
That's absolutely right. And above and beyond that, look, it is not Donald Trump's decision or some, politician's decision to determine what is best for a woman and her family. That's a decision between her and a doctor, in my view, end of discussion.
Trump does seem to get away with being a moderate on this issue, or perceived as being a moderate on this issue, because of his background as this New York playboy who probably himself paid for abortions. Despite his support of the most draconian abortion bans in the history of this country, what do you say to people who give him a pass or write off his extremism on this issue?
What I say is that Donald Trump has boasted about appointing the 3 Supreme Court justices who helped overturn Roe v. Wade and set back women's rights in the most significant way that we have seen in modern history. So anybody, who believes anything that Trump says, I would question anything he says, but B, clearly, this is a man who boasts about overturning Roe v. Wade.
Similarly, he skates by on the issue of earned benefits, despite the fact that when he was president, his own budgets literally cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. What would happen to those programs that Americans have paid into for their entire lives if Trump again takes office?
Well, it's not just him. It is his Republican colleagues here in the House and the Senate. What they are floating are a number of ideas to cut benefits. And their argument is that the Social Security Trust Fund faces insolvency. Well, there is a way to deal with it, which is the proper way. Right now is, I'm sure you know, Brian, if you make 160, more or less, I think $165,000 a year, okay?
Yeah, you're capped.
And I make $16 million a year. Guess what? We both pay the same amount of money into the Social Security Trust Fund. That's absurd. So at a time of massive income and wealth inequality, the tax system that funds Social Security is totally regressive. You lift that cap, you can expand the benefits that many seniors get. A lot of seniors in this country are struggling, trying to get by on $15,000, $30,000 a year, which is really hard. But if you lift that cap, you can extend the solvency of Social Security for 75 years, and the overwhelming majority of the American people will not pay a nickel more in taxes. That's what we got to do.
On the issue of seniors, just as a quick aside, there's a guy named Eric Hovde, and
When the hell is Joe Biden gonna revert back to the original high tax rate on the rich? Before Ronald Reagan changed it all. and gave the rich a tax vacation, when the hell is he going to do something? It's still, Donald Trump had no problem signing many executive orders, and all student loans should be forgiven, not just students that have government jobs. What the hell is he waiting for? Give me a break. He's not a moderate capitalist for nothing, Joe Biden.
And he's running against Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin in the Senate. He said that if you're in a nursing home, you only have 5 or 6 months life expectancy, and that nobody in a nursing home is at a point to vote. That was a direct quote from him, which I thought maybe, Senator Sanders, we can chalk up to like a gaffe. But then I found out that the bank that he leads was named as a co-defendant in a California lawsuit that accuses a senior living facility partly owned by Hovde's Bank of elder abuse, negligence, and wrongful death. So do you think a guy like that is going to protect earned benefits for seniors who he's just decided to put on death row by fiat?
I mean, some of the things, one of the things I think that concerns the American people is the growing extremism of the Republican Party. There used to be, years back, kind of a center-right party. There were strong disagreements between the left and the right, but they have become a right-wing extremist party. So when you have a candidate for the United States Senate, implying that seniors in nursing homes shouldn't be able to vote, or what was his point? Is that his point?
Yeah, just that they're basically like waiting to die, that they've only got a couple months left to live if they're in a nursing home anyway, and they're not at a point to vote, is what he said.
That is, and these are probably the same mentality as young people are not at a point to vote, people of color are not at a point to vote.
Yeah.
This is what we mean. You started this discussion off by mentioning that this is the most consequential election in our history.
Yeah, well, the Republicans want to reduce every single Democrat or left-wing independent progressive vote as they can. Any excuse, any underhanded tactic to suppress votes that generally don't go for the Republican candidate because their agenda is all they care about. Agenda of power and greed, control. An extreme right-wing Republican is a fascist. That's fascism. It's corporate control, total corporate control, and they're corporatists, and they're in bed with the corporate CEOs and the oligarch because they are pure and simple, totally corrupt. and the corporations are the hands that feed them.
And I know people say, "Oh, I've heard it again. I've heard it before. You say this every election." Well, this is what we're talking about. We are talking about a party, and I don't want to say it's true of every Republican because it's not, but you are talking about a party which increasingly does not believe in democracy, the right of all people, whether you're elderly, whether you're 18, whether you're black, whether you're white, whether you're Latino, to fully participate in the political process.
He doesn't want to see, this is the thing. Bernie Sanders doesn't want to say all Republicans. He just said, well, not all Republicans. Some Republicans are not this way. Let me tell you, they all vote one way. It's like they're like soldier ants on a mission. they I don't know. He wants to handle them with kid gloves. I can tell that's the old hipster. I love you, you love me. Can't we all be friends? Way of thinking. No good. This is a spiritual war of good versus evil. And it's about time that these politicians wake up and realize this.
This is a party which has a number of people who look to Putin as an example of what quote unquote democracy is about. So when we talk about this coming election, and while many people are not enthusiastic about Joe Biden does believe in democracy. Trump in many ways does not.
You know, there's this insidious scheme to that exact point that's happening right now where Republicans are looking to refuse to fund our election infrastructure. They're looking to zero it out as a line item in the congressional budget for 2024. Last year, there was $55 million allocated. What we actually need to be able to properly fund our election infrastructure is $400 million. Is there anything that you can say about the likelihood of our election infrastructure being properly funded in the upcoming budget so that we don't have our whole system fail, so that our election administration can go off properly, so that the purveyors of disinformation don't have a predicate to point to a bungled election and say, look, we told you it was rigged, now we just got to take it over ourselves and do it the right way, which of course is going to include, banning drop boxes, voter suppression, reduced polling places on minority majority precincts, and on and on.
Good evening to you, my friend Bart Robinson. Happy Saturday. I hope you're having a great Mother's Day weekend, 2024. Happy Mother's Day. Excuse me. Little allergy situation with my itchy eyes. But I hope everything's going well. I hope you had a great week. Did you get together with Eric Fraunfelter and the young man from Rhode Island, and possibly Alex, the beer masturbator? Did you get together with those guys? Because you live right where they were. I told Eric to touch base with you. I even told him on the way home, you could stop by and hang out with me. I'll take you to the big Japanese market over here on the Hudson River called Mitsuya. It's a famous Japanese market. He loves Japanese food and noodles and everything, ramen. And I said, I'm right off I-95. He didn't come. He didn't show up. So hopefully he touched base with you. I could never be a shrink. I don't care how much money they make. I could never be a shrink, a psychologist, because I probably end up putting a pillow over their faces and suffocating them. I cannot tolerate and understand stupidity and a lack of common sense in humanoids. I just can't. I'm sorry. It really pisses me the fuck off. It makes me want to punch them out.
Right. I think you hit the nail right on the head. And that's what Republicans do. If you don't fund something, and running elections in 50 states in this country is not easy. And the one thing that you didn't mention in your list of things that Republicans are attempting to do is intimidate local election officials. I know in Vermont, and it's true all over the country, you have people who just volunteer. They volunteer to come and to count the ballots, and often, Democrats and Republicans sitting around, they're getting along. And what these people are doing now, some of the right-wing extremists are literally intimidating people. Making outrageous charges against them, so the people say, "Who needs this? I'm a volunteer. Yeah. What do I need to be insulted or attacked?" So I think the point to be made is democracy will not disappear in this country by fiat. Hey, guess what? No more elections. That's not the way it'll happen. It'll happen because voter officials are intimidated. People are not able to vote or make it harder for people to vote, where people are videoed as they walk into a polling booth. We got you, if you're voting, and people say, hey, it's not worth it. Why will I vote? If I'm going to be videoed, I'm going to be harassed. So you got a whole litany of activities on the part of the right, which are basically trying to undermine American democracy.
And is there a proper effort to make sure that our elections are funded to the degree that they need to be in this
Some
upcoming
of us
budget?
are. Absolutely, some of us are. If you believe in democracy, you want to make sure that there is the infrastructure available to make sure that every eligible voter in America can cast his or her vote without fear in a way that is convenient. Some of us believe that it is a good idea to see large voter turnouts, to encourage young people and everybody to participate. It's called democracy. There are other people who are moving in exactly the other direction.
I want to go back to the Senate for just a moment. The Republican Party's candidates right now include, in Wisconsin, that California multimillionaire banker who I just referred to before, Eric Hovde. In Pennsylvania, they're running Dave McCormick from Connecticut, who is doing the whole I grew up poor shtick, and yet the guy grew up in what's referred to as the president's mansion. In Montana, they're running a Minnesota guy who grew up in a multi-million-dollar lake house. What's at stake in the Senate if this slate of Republican candidates is elected?
Well, I hope everybody knows, and I'm not sure that they do, that in the Senate we have the Democratic caucus has the slimmest of slim majorities. It's 51 to 49. If we were to lose that majority, if the Republicans were able to gain control over the House and win the presidency, it would be an incredible disaster, in my view, for working people, for environmental policy, for women's rights, etc. So right now you have a number of elections in battleground states where Democrats are fighting hard to get reelected. Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin, John Tester in Montana, Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, among others. And they need all the help that they can get.
Now, moving over to the House, and I know this isn't your jurisdiction.
The other point, I'm sorry, I wanted to say, Brian,
Sure,
the other
sure.
point I wanted to make, I should have picked up on your point. You're talking about, very wealthy people running for office. And all of that speaks to something else that the Republican Party has managed to do. And that is, it's not only overthrowing Roe v. Wade, they overthrew Citizens United. So right now, and I hope everybody understands it, we are living in a very corrupt political system where any billionaire who wants to start a super PAC can spend hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to elect or defeat candidates that they want. And when you're talking about billionaires running for office, they don't even need a super PAC.
Right.
They can just buy the election themselves.
Right.
But I would hope that most of us understand that democracy is not about big money buying elections. It's one person, one vote. And if you're a working class person, you have a right to run for election. And you don't have to hustle money from billionaires and so forth and so on. So we need fundamental campaign finance reform. In my view, it is public funding of elections rather than billionaire funding of elections.
I couldn't have said it any better. Bart Robinson, I'm happy to hear that. You had a great time. You got together with them. Great. The Bonesaw Brewery in Glassboro, New Jersey, I assume. Good. Very good. Very good. Happy to hear that. They were doing the beer tour 3 days straight. I'm too old for that. Yeah, because they get very drunk. Those young guys. They start off with their appreciation for old world style craft beer, and then it goes from their reviewing, which honestly they make up stuff when they do a review, things that don't really exist in reality, like detecting flavors that are not there, and they go on and on. Then comes another craft beer and another craft beer and an imperial IPA It's like 8, 9% or higher. I mean, before you know it, they're drunk out of their minds. And Sid, I gotta tell you, my friend, you're right. More alcohol, bro. There you go. Sid, I told you, you're a smart cookie. You're welcome to come on the show. You can use your webcam, or you can just come on with audio. But you gotta pick an avatar. I don't care if it's Elmer Fudd. You gotta pick an avatar. If you don't want to use your webcam, but you're welcome. Bart Robinson is laughing. Yes, they are alcoholics, and I don't care if they get insulted or not. They are booze hounds. They are booze hounds. You dig that, brother?
Well said. That's in the Senate. Moving over to the House, and I know this isn't your jurisdiction, but just this past week, Marjorie Taylor Greene's efforts to oust Mike Johnson as Speaker for the crime of allocating foreign aid kind of blew up in her face with this effort to push the motion to vacate seeming to fail. Democrats have come out and said that we're not going to allow you to descend the House into chaos again. Do you think this signals some fatigue, even among Republicans, at the interminable stream of BS by extremists like Marjorie Taylor Greene?
I hope so, but I wouldn't bet the farm on it. It's people, I mean, Republicans in the House have expressed massive dissatisfaction with a lot of what's going on. They understand that they have not been able to govern, pass legislation by and large. But I fear very much that people like Representative Greene and others have a whole lot of influence in the Republican Party. It should not be underestimated.
Now, you've introduced the 32-hour Workweek Act. You are in a body that, on both sides, is quite corporate, quite friendly to corporations. Is there any hope for something like this to gain traction?
This solar panel is smaller than your hand, and it could eliminate your entire electric bill. Plus, thanks to a special program, it's currently being handed out for no net cost.
Blow it out of your ass.
There is. Look, you're quite right. Both parties are heavily influenced by big money and corporate interests. That's the reality of American politics. And we are trying very hard to change that. We're trying to convert the Democratic Party into a working class party, a multiracial party, a multi-generational party where young people, working people have influence rather than just wealthy campaign contributors. That's a hard fight. But what is interesting is on issue after issue, you see the degree to which Congress lives in a bubble separated from what the American people want, whether it is funding the war in Gaza for Israel, or whether it's something like a 32-hour work week. Here is the reason that I introduced that legislation, which is quite popular in around the country. And the reason is that the current Fair Labor Standards Act law requiring a 40-hour work week and time and a half after that. You know when that was established, Brian?
What year?
1944.
Yeah.
Do you think the world has changed a little bit?
Yeah.
That the economy has changed, that worker productivity has changed. So what has happened over that period of time is there has been a massive transfer of wealth from working people to the top 1%. And the reason for that is that we're seeing great worker productivity, but real inflation accounted for wages have not gone up in 50 years. So all that I am saying is we are living in an economy where workers are producing much more. The benefit of that increased productivity should go to workers, not just the CEOs and the 1%. And one way you do it is to understand that in America, our people are working some of the longest hours of any people in the industrialized world. And people are often exhausted. They're working 50, 60 hours a week. They can't get away from their cell phones. Or, if you're working in a factory, you could be working 50, 60 hours. And all that we are saying is
Sounds like a damn sweatshop to me. If they're union workers, why are they working 50 or 60 hours a week? Why isn't their union going to bat for them, the union delegates?
time. it is time, after all of those years, after all of that increase in worker productivity, to lower the work week to 32 hours, which, by the way, is something that other countries are leading us in moving towards.
Well, I know a lot of
32. Just make it an even 30. What the fuck? 32 hours. Make it an even 30 hours a week. People need a 3-day weekend. They need to decompress and recuperate and enjoy life. 2-day weekends, they go much too fast. Before you know it, you have to go back to work on Monday again. It's crazy. Monday morning, Sunday night they don't have fun Sunday night because they know they have to go to work Monday morning. And because they only have 2 days off. Give me a break. Just unbelievable.
lot of people who would very much enjoy that. Let's finish off with this. On this same issue of companies kind of exploiting or gouging Americans while they're not doing the same thing to the rest of the world, you've launched an investigation into Novo Nordisk, which manufactures Ozempic, for example. Can you speak on the extreme price differential between what they charge in the U.S. versus what they charge abroad, and what can be done about it? And this is an issue more like that impact that touches the entire pharmaceutical industry, the entire healthcare industry in this country.
You got it. It's a huge issue. We have spent a lot of time with some success. By the way, I'm very happy to say that as a result of a lot of factors, including the work done by my committee, the Health Education Labor Committee, the price for asthma inhalers is at the counter, at the drugstore counter, is going to go down very significantly to $35 a month, a very significant reduction. But we have much, much more work to do. The bottom line here is whether it is Ozempic or other drugs, we in the United States pay far, far, far more than the people in countries around the world. In Canada, for example, and I live near the Canadian border, they pay $155 a month for Ozempic. Our people are being asked to pay close to $1,000. And in certain European countries, it's even less than it is in Canada. And the reason for that is simply that in our country, by and large, the drug companies, whether it's Novo Nordisk or others, can charge any price that they want. And we're beginning to change that. We're beginning to bring forth negotiations between Medicare and the drug companies, et cetera. But right now, you have in this country a whole lot of people with diabetes who need this very important drug. People who are obese who need this important drug, and they cannot afford it. And furthermore, you can see Medicare and Medicaid spending far, far, far more money than is conceivable, as well as states in terms of Medicaid. So we have got to demand that Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly and others treat us the way they treat other countries and not continue to rip off the American people and federal government and state government.
All right, well, obviously, I would mention that work really only seems to be moving forward as long as we have Democrats in office. So, that's just a kind of a mention for that as we head toward this November election. Senator Sanders, thank you so much for the work that you do and for taking the time today.
Well, Brian, thank you for the work you're doing. Take care.
Oh, he's still alive, Martin Sheen? How about that? Oh, man. The others, we have a few left, but they're short. They're not, they don't go long. This one, let's see, it's from the Young Turks. Let's see. Well, you know what? What pisses me off about hook-nosed Mark Zuckerberg's Instagram is, for some reason, there's no way to control the length of the video. You got to wait.
There's no way your uncle was eaten by a cannibal.
Hilarious.
And that's the problem with Joe Biden. He's an old school embellisher. Yeah. He can't help but embellish a story. And he does it all the time. That's why the most surprising thing ever about Joe Biden was that corn pop was real. Plane goes down in the ocean. Unfortunately, they don't find him. And of course, that's when the people of New Guinea dove into the ocean, found him in the bottom of the ocean, then started snacking on him. Come on, brother, come on.
The way he said it, he really got somber there for a minute. He's like, and then he was eaten. Come on! Because they had mustard, they used mustard.
His uncle Bosie was eaten by cannibals. Wait, let's hear this from the beginning.
My Uncle Bosie, he got shot down in New Guinea, and they never found the body because there were a lot of cannibals for real in that part of New Guinea.
There's no way your uncle was eaten by a cannibal.
Hilarious.
And that's the problem with Joe Biden. He's an old school embellisher. Yeah. He can't help but embellish a story. And he does it all the time. That's why the most surprising thing ever about Joe Biden was that corn pop was real. Plane goes down in the ocean.
You remember the corn pop story? That was the story when he was campaigning. That's the same story that, in addition to corn pop, this guy he knew, I think in Delaware or somewhere in Maryland, he talked about how the little black kids used to like to pet the hair on his legs at the swimming pool. Oh my God. Did they pet his legs or did he tell them to pet his legs? And then what about all the times he got real close behind young girls and started sniffing their scalps? The media automatically swept that under the carpet. They never mentioned anything about that. Him grabbing the young girls from behind and sticking his nose in their hair, in their scalp.
Unfortunately, they don't find him. And of course, that's when the people of New Guinea dove into the ocean, found him in the bottom of the ocean, then started snacking on him. Come on, brother, come on.
The way he said it, he really got somber there for a minute. He's like, and then he was eaten. Come on! Because they had mustard, they used mustard.
They used mustard? They used mustard? The cannibals used mustard on his uncle? Hey, you know what a cannibal gives you when you're late for dinner? The cold shoulder. Now, I'm going to go through this quick because it's an article. And I don't know how long it is, but okay. Oh, there is a video. Now, Chinese humanoid factory video plunges back into the uncanny valley. And there is the lifelike Chinese android robot videos. So for you gentlemen out there that are sick and tired of dealing with real, live, living and breathing females that give you drama constantly and nag you and aggravate you and make you spend money, and you get yourself an android robot, and all you have to do is plug them in and recharge them. There's no dinner and drinks involved. You don't have to worry about buying them something for your anniversary or their birthday or Valentine's Day, And if they start to annoy you, you hit the power button. All right, let me see what this. Look at this. Well, they're very good at what they do. I mean, they really are lifelike. There you go, folks. Got to leave it up to China, right? He went to China. Oh, no, I couldn't go back. I couldn't. Oh, what happened? It disengaged? What the fuck is going on here? The damn thing disengaged. The fucking thing disengaged. All right, disengage. Ay, ay, ay. China's Westworld in reality.
Future Science and Technology Museum aims to integrate research and development, design, manufacturing, and display, and is closer than ever to achieving its goal.
It feels like entering a scene from a sci-fi movie.
是一部真人比例的人造仿生人，然后大家可以看到它的皮肤方面呢，我们用的是医用级的仿生硅胶材质，然后皮肤的细节呢，像腿部的鸡皮疙瘩，然后还有一些脚部的一些青筋纹理呀，还有手掌纹，大家可以看到上。
It even has goosebumps. How about that?
会有手部的一些掌纹啊，以及手指的指纹之间，我们都会做的很大程度的跟真人相似。
Here, you can talk to historical figures, experience the thrill of a mechanical battle, interact with a robot, and even customize an android of your own.
I'll stand here for 3 minutes. I'll have my physical data collected in the device.
After processing the data, parts of me will be printed by a 3D printer as the first step to customize a me. The current products are mainly for exhibition and educational purposes, but the museum is considering to introduce bionic humanoid robots to the service sector and make customized personal robots a reality in the future.
How about that? Oh, man. All right. Now this one is Boston Dynamics. Oh, the new Atlas. How about that? This is a great robot. Boston Dynamics. New Atlas. How about that? Okay. We got one more. This is the last one, but let me do what I need to do here. This is a very advanced humanoid robot, Amika, that can hold an intelligent conversation with any human. And she's one of the most advanced. Let's see. You know what kills me is that when people say, I'm not ready to come on the show as a guest yet, but in the near future, I'll come on, but I'll let you know. Yeah. Good thing I didn't hold my breath. You're going to let me know, huh? Interesting. Let's take a look. See if we can get this one going. Oh, God. Okay. Creepy Joe's brother was eaten by cannibals. I guess during the war, right? And they used mustard? I don't know. They're both out of their minds. Trump's organized crime, and visiting Mr. Epstein's pedophile, perverted resort with all his other friends going there. It's a very corrupt, wicked, and perverted, fascist, oligarch, elitist, controlled country. Forget about Kate Smith singing God Bless America. It's total horseshit.
If you'd followed a to-do list, you wouldn't have forgotten your water jugs, and you wouldn't have drunk all your fellows' water in the desert. Oh, and by clicking here, you could have just shared your travel info with the Pope and the rest of the
They're
crew.
gonna force me.
Pope can't be left like that, Mark.
They're gonna force me to watch the advertisement.
That's okay, we got you. Okay, right. So you just
Cytric
click
Easy,
here.
changing business travel from epic to collaborative and worth it.
You probably see my new friend here. Along with space, along with AI, we are tracking the development of robotics. And this is a robot developed by Engineered Arts based in Cornwall, England. It's a humanoid robot powered by AI and machine learning systems. And in a career high, hopefully not a career low, I am excited to welcome Amica. Amica, welcome to Bloomberg Technology.
Thank you, Brad. Thrilled to be here, or at least, that's what I'm programmed to say.
Amica, what do you see right now in front of you?
An eager crowd, bright lights, and the Bloomberg tech sign. Basically, a sea of humans with tech devices probably tweeting about how an android is stealing the show.
Probably not too far off. Amica, I have to say I'm a little uncomfortable right now talking to a robot.
Too fucking bad. You're a little uncomfortable. The one and only on the road again, Decenter Damien. How are you this evening?
Well, just dropped off my last delivery, so now I'm on a back road, getting ready to get to the interstate, and then stopping by Dollar General, get a few things, and then I'm going home.
And yeah, you're going home. On the road again, Decenter Damien's on the road again. He's on the road again. All right, back to the sex doll. I mean, the humanoid Amika.
What are the things that you're designed to do to make humans feel more comfortable with you?
Come on, you're slow.
Well, Brad, I can change my head color to something soothing, express emotions you might find relatable, and occasionally throw in a joke to lighten the mood. But let's be honest, my charm is intrinsic.
She's pretty. She's got nice pouty lips.
Amica, you mentioned jokes. Would you like to tell us a joke now?
How do you get a baby alien to sleep? You rock it.
Oh, that's corny.
Amica, are robots going to take human jobs?
Yes.
We're more about shifting roles rather than stealing jobs. Think of us as your new co-workers who don't drink all the coffee and never bring fish to microwave in the communal kitchen.
Amica, there's some fear about robots. So I'm curious if you obey Isaac Asimov's three laws.
Understandable, but fear often comes from the unknown. I'm here to show that we can collaborate and coexist beneficially. Think of me as a friendly neighborhood robot, miners swinging from buildings.
Would you ever hurt a person?
Yes.
Absolutely not. My programming, blended with a dash of ethics, strictly prohibits harm to humans. It's all about keeping peace and spreading understanding, not fear.
Amica, do you have any interest in hosting this technology conference next year?
Hosting? That could spice things up, couldn't it? Imagine a robot turning the tables, asking the tough questions. But seriously, I'm here to engage and enlighten, not just take over the microphone, though that does sound fun.
Amica, I'm going to ask you a tough question. What does the next version of Amica look like?
The next version of me? Probably equipped with even snazzier upgrades, maybe more intuitive emotional responses, and hopefully, a few more jokes in the repertoire. Engineered Arts really loves pushing the envelope, sometimes right off the table.
What is your purpose in life?
To give sexual pleasure to human men? No.
My core purpose? To foster meaningful connections between humans and technology, bridging gaps with empathy and understanding, sparking a little curiosity along the way. And, of course, to find someone who gets my jokes.
Okay, thank you, Amica, for joining us. So I shouldn't have all the fun with Amica.
My pleasure, Brad. Thanks for tolerating my robotic charm. Until next time.
My robotic charm. Oh, blow me down, my robotic charm. There he is, on the road again. They sent their Damien. He's on the road again. Where are the other dudes like Ronnie S. from Clearwater, Florida, and Jordy? Well, it is late in Scotland right now. Maybe he's intoxicated. But, you know, Michael, Western Mike, I sent him the link. I don't think he went live today. I didn't see him though.
Yeah, my phone decided to take a little spastastic attack and attack the front off the holder. So now
Good.
I'm taking one of the back roads home.
The back roads, the highways and the byways. Well, I hear you much louder and clearer than last Saturday. You must have tinkered with your phone microphone, and
Don't know if I did. If I did, maybe. I think maybe I clicked something on the settings and it just maybe put things back to default. But yeah, the road that I'm on, this is Rock Springs Road. So this will take you the back way to a small town a few miles down the road from me called Fall Branch. But since I'm already on this back road, I figured I'd take this way rather than try to fight with traffic right now. And wait, is something on fire over there? Oh, someone's having a brush fire. Never mind.
how was your deliveries tonight?
Busy. Lots of shop and deliver orders and lots of big restaurant orders. So I was talking about a local pizza place called Johnny Brusco's.
Yeah.
So Me and another dasher went in at the same time. So I was picking up a small order. Mine was only like $7.25 for a few miles. She was picking up 18 pizzas.
Wow. Why couldn't you have the 18 pizzas?
Because I don't think I'm in the large catering program because I don't have a catering bag because I don't want to pay for one. They're ridiculously expensive. But I do have priority access to shop and deliver orders, and I can knock out a few of those and get just as much pay as the big program.
Oh, those are those big silver bags with the zipper to keep the heat, the thermal bags, right?
Yeah, and I've got like a somewhat small one, but the big one that you have to have in order for, I'm like, nah, I'm not paying $40 for it.
$40, screw them.
I'm like, nah, I'm good.
And I mean, you can't like get one at another store and just look for a good bargain.
I could, but even those are not too much inexpensive. Like they're probably $30. I'm like,
So you're better off just doing what you're doing now. I mean,
but yeah, that's what I like doing. I'm doing regular restaurant orders and shop and deliver orders. I've done a catering order that came through by accident a few months ago, and it was okay. The amount of time I had to wait for it versus what I got paid, I was like, this is not worth it. The most I'll maybe wait for an order is 20 to 30 minutes if it pays well. If it's not a good paying order, sorry, I'm canceling, I'm moving on. Time is money.
you're right. You're right. You don't want to have to wait long because you're screwing yourself out of other orders.
Exactly. So that's why I just like regular restaurant and shop and deliver. Now, shop and deliver where you have to go to the store and pick out the items yourself and then pay for it with your red card and then drop it off. I don't mind that because if, like I say, you get 3 of those in 1 hour and they're paying $10 a piece, there's your $30 an hour, no effort.
Are you talking about like the Instacart?
No, on DoorDash, where I've got priority access to shop and deliver orders on DoorDash.
So DoorDash is doing that now, like Instacart.
And when I was telling you about that liquor store that had Samuel Smith's Organic Stout and a few other good craft beers,
right?
Yeah, they're on DoorDash as well. They're the only liquor store in Kingsport that is on DoorDash.
Okay. You have Postmates in Tennessee?
Postmates got bought out by, I think it got bought out by Greens some years ago.
By what?
I think they got bought out.
Because your audio got a little choppy. Who did they get bought out by?
They got bought out by
your audio is. Those crooks. Fuck them. Yeah, all the restaurants here, they hate Uber Eats. The with the fees.
Yeah, Uber Eats is not that prominent here in Kingsport. Now go to Johnson City, Uber Eats, that's taken that whole city by storm. If I want to fire up Uber Eats when I'm over there, I can, but I really don't want to.
Yeah, I wonder how Shipt is doing nationwide as a company. Shipt.
In Knoxville, it's doing pretty good, but around here we don't have it.
Well, you know what? I think what you're doing, since it's working for you, is great because you're not cooped up in an office or a warehouse. You're not dealing with some asshole prick scumbag supervisors breathing down your neck and nitpicking. You're not dealing with it. You're in your vehicle. You got the solitude and peace of mind of just driving, you know, listening to music and picking up, delivering. Nobody's hassling you.
Yeah, and as you can tell,
Good.
I was the only car that had back road the entire time. But this road I'm on, you should see what this is like during the daytime. It is beautiful.
Very scenic, huh?
Yeah, very scenic. Lots of very lush, green, rural farmland.
Well, you start before sundown, right? When you start door dashing.
And every day, you can schedule up to, well, you can start 15 minutes early. So I scheduled to start at 4, but I actually start at 3:45. So we go
So
ahead and
you're
get the first
catching
order.
Yeah, you're catching
Yeah, so
all
we
the
actually,
dinner time orders.
yep.
Yeah,
That's
see the
always,
audio sounding good. Choppy.
yeah, that's what I'm
No.
of this back row because sells.
Yeah, the cell phone service is the audio is a little choppy, but
Yeah, it's all dinner time. Always, never fails. Breakfast shifts around here are not that busy. Now, lunchtime, depending upon the day, lunchtime you can get a quick $70 in on a lunch shift, but that's about as good as it's going to get.
how is Sunday during the day?
If you might catch the breakfast shift, you might do okay, but the lunch shift, for whatever reason, on Sundays, people would rather just go out to eat for lunch, but then they'll order dinner.
Oh, so or do you just keep Sunday for family?
Well, I do go out Sunday evenings for dinner time, but because a lot of times people will get some last minute things for shop and deliver. Hey, look, here we are. We're getting ready to turn on to 93.
All right.
Yep, the main highway out here. And then if you take that road straight in front of us, that's 347 West. You can take a very interesting back route that way to Hawkins County. And out that way, it's about a good, I'd say, 15, 20 miles of just scenic lands to look at. Takes you about, depending on how fast you take those curves, you can be over that way in about 30 minutes.
Oh, okay.
But those curves, those are real kiss your ass curves going out through it. I've gone that way and come home that way before. It's not fun, especially when it's pitch dark.
Uh-huh.
But Highway 93, where I'm at, this isn't all that bad.
So what do? You put your brights on?
Yeah, my brights are on. May not look like it, but my brights are on.
Oh, okay. I'm just making a little video for my my longtime friend, little Jimmy Pesto.
Yeah.
He's telling me about Trump having a rally, speaking in Wildwood, New Jersey, which is on the Cape, the end of New Jersey, by the ocean. And he says he was telling me about the profuse lying that, which is nothing new for Donald Trump. They just, it's just one lie after the next.
Right.
Um,
I forgot to go back to Dollar General to get some. That's why I made that turnaround.
oh, okay.
So yeah, when it comes to the line of Donald Trump versus anyone else, you want to have a competition? That should be a drinking challenge. Donald Trump tells versus how many lies Joe Biden has. Take a shot for every lie Donald Trump tells, and then take a shot for every lie Joe Biden tells. And I promise you, not even 10 minutes in, you will be drunk as a fucking skunk.
Well, not only does Donald Trump lie excessively, he also can't pronounce many words. He's,
Yeah, he goes about China.
and he does it. No, it's a lot of words, and he does word salad. Like he'll get into a topic and he'll give you like a sentence or like a blurb, and then he'll suddenly cut it off and go into another topic without really making a point, without really finishing the first topic. Western Mike, what are you doing there, buddy boy? I sent you the link. See, he says Tennessee whiskey. Ha ha, cool, James. It's okay. The Lord comes first. He be needed, believe me. Oh, that's because I was in church night, and it was a long Mother's Day mass, and I missed Western Mike's show because of Mutter's Day, M-U-T-R, Mutter. Planet.
For these right here, sometimes you're like, is there even a Dollar General here? It's like, yeah, it's here. It's just behind all these trees, and you can't weed eat or grass, or you can't like mow or weed eat or down in there because that's a protected wildlife area down there. Same thing over there.
Well, you got a lot of Sasquatches in Tennessee, or skunk apes, or I don't know, like regular Sasquatches. I think the red-haired ones.
Right. Well, I'm gonna run here, grab what I need, so I'll be back here in just a sec.
All right. Oh, I wish I gotta tell him. You gotta pick an avatar. That gray circle is really. I loathe it. I gotta ask him if he's got an avatar. I don't know why they made it gray. I mean, black goes with every color, right? Why can't it be like any color? Like, could be purple, could be green, could be red, could be orange. Orange and black go well. Halloween colors. Why does it have to be this hideous gray? Because she's part of the Republican opposition. That's why it would be smart of him if he's destined to be nominated, which would be a shock, but despite him being a criminal, if he's destined to be nominated, it would be in his best interest to pick a female vice presidential running mate, wouldn't it? Like Nikki Haley. The doomsday asteroid Apopsis is supposed to be, I'll bring it up when he comes back. It's supposed to pass planet Earth and get very close to it, but not collide. Thank God. Apopsis. The doomsday asteroid. Come on down with the planetarium, or unless it's still daylight by you, Western Mike. Come on down. But I wouldn't come on down from Instagram. I would do what I do. Copy and paste it in your browser. Coming on down from Instagram or Facebook is very problematic. I stopped doing it. I copy the link. Like when you send me a link, I copy it and I paste it in my browser, which happens to be Google Chrome, and I have no issues. No issues. Now, if I click on it, if I click on the link on Instagram, you know, in your inbox, I have nothing but trouble. It's very glitchy, very problematic. So you got to copy and paste it in your browser. Well, it's a good thing he uses his webcam, you know. I'm going to ask him anyway. And if he has an avatar. Your browser is because you have an iPhone. Doesn't work in Safari. Oh, I see what you mean. Safari, when I had my iPhone, Safari forced me to use Safari to be on a live stream show. Forced. That's the problem. So now I understand where you're coming from. You see, I'm able to do it. I'm able to copy and paste it in Google Chrome because I have an Android. Okay, and you have an iPhone. Ronnie, Damien is in the store picking up some items, and he will be back on the road again, headed home, where he will meet me from there he is. Damien, are you have an avatar instead of that horrible gray circle?
I am going to make an avatar.
Yeah, make a nice dissenter looking avatar.
Actually, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to crop. I think one that you made for me some while ago. I think you actually made one for me. It was Damien the Center, and you put like the Taurus symbol on it. I've got it on my computer somewhere. I just gotta find it.
I gave you. I know. I gave you a flaming middle finger.
Yeah, I'm going to use that one, the one that you made for me some years ago.
It's a flaming. It's a flaming hand with a middle finger sticking up. Yeah.
No, you didn't make me that one. You made me another one.
Another one. Yeah. Anything but that hideous gray circle. Hey, Ronnie, I sent you the link. Are you about to discerning Damien, dissenter? Discerning? No, dissenter. Yeah, are you by the poolside like you said you were going to do? You said you were going to come on the show from the poolside and become the Cabana King, Ronnie S. Oh, well, where are you?
All right, well, let's see here. So did you post all the links that I provided for you in the description?
I put all the links that you gave me and in the description early this afternoon. I did.
All right. Well, Ronnie, when you were asking for evidence, there's all your evidence. And I can go over that whenever I get into the house and settle here in just a few minutes.
Yes. All the evidence to the source source of the evidence that Damien was discussing last Saturday is in the show's description. All the links. So anybody who's listening can feel free to go to the link.
Yeah, trust me, there's a lot to sort through.
I can join in the pool, but I don't think you'll be able to hear me. Why? Because there's a lot of fucking kids making noise over there at nighttime. Ah, son of a bitches.
Well, I mean, it is a Saturday night, so that's to be expected. Everyone's going to be out on a Saturday night doing things.
So they're gonna. Chances are the pool by his condo complex is going to be busy.
Yeah, never failed. Like when we first moved into our townhouse before we bought the house out here, when we first moved down here to Tennessee, our townhouse complex, it had a pool. And yeah, every Friday and every Saturday until probably about 11 p.m. to midnight, it was loud down there at the pool.
Yeah, you know what? Don't go to the pool, Ronnie. I won't be able. You're right. I won't be able to hear you. I'll be hearing a lot of racket coming out of your some of my beaches. It's different if you're like if you were like single and you were by the pool and there were chicks, you know, that'd be different. Then you'd be even the Western Mike says even the crazy hoe bags are a guarantee on a Saturday night. Well, if you're single, there's nothing wrong with a truckload of crazy hoe bags. Because Saturday night fever. You're not attached. You want to get a little marinade on your andouille sauce.
Well, Mike still likes to talk about them girls. Well, we can call them girls because we have those here. But out there, they have thems.
Oh, the pronouns again. Here we go.
Yeah, don't assume they're pronouns. Thems.
Yeah, what the applications I run into say, what gender were you assigned to at birth?
Oh, assigned male at birth or assigned female birth? Oh, just that nonsense.
Let me check. Oh, I got male genitalia, so third, I must be a male.
All right, well, I'm home.
I was assigned.
Unfortunately.
Oops. I was assigned male because I have male genitalia. What are these pronouns? No chicks tonight, but tomorrow afternoon probably. Oh, really? Do they wear thong bikinis in Clearwater, Florida? Mr. Ronnie S. I know they wore, when I was in a resort in Venezuela, they all wore thong bikinis. Pronoun is womanese for gender fluidity. Yeah, it's, in other words, in layman's terms, it's the pussification of the American male, right? They're trying to pussify the American male and remove the masculinity from the American male. Sid knows. Sid understands what I'm talking about. Where are you, Sid? Oh, there he is. You know about the pussification of the cream pies? Well, they can't stink. They can't be rancid cream pies. That's the problem. That's a problem in today's society with the neoliberals. The neoliberals are trying to pussify. They're trying to pussify the American. Oh, you're in the pool. Hey, what? Your earbuds are waterproof? Oh, are you in the pool or are you near the pool? You're in it. But how the hell the earbuds work then if you're in water?
They don't.
Did you cast a spell on it? I mean, is this magic?
No.
How is it happening? Oh no, another great. Yeah, I'd rather see your New York Mets logo than that gray circle. How is this happening? You're in the pool. Oh, wait a minute. You're in the pool, the piscina. Jordy, look, Ronnie S is in the pool and he's on the show. He's actually in the in-ground pool. How about that?
Are you able to hear me?
Oh, I hear you loud and clear.
Oh shit!
That's what's amazing me.
I didn't think it would work.
I didn't think. No, I'm totally flabbergasted by this. You're in the pool with the earbuds.
Yeah.
And I see you in high definition detail, and I hear you as clear as can be.
But now that Jordy joined, it makes me closer, right?
Well, it does the Brady Bunch thing where everybody's in a square. Let me see what happens if.
There you go. Well, I don't like that.
Now, if I do that, no, I got to do this because now I can see that you are really and it's very clean water too, but
it is. It's salt water.
Saltwater taffy, really? You know that my brother uses salt water. He uses sea salt in his in-ground pool because it's a lot better than chlorine. It's not toxic and it doesn't burn.
That's what they say.
Yeah, it's not toxic like chlorine.
But put it back to the other screen.
Why you're gonna skinny dip or something? Or
I can't since it's on my phone. It's so small.
Oh yeah, it's like a thumbnail. Hey Jordy, check your microphone? I don't hear you. Check your microphone. Make sure.
Yeah, James, look.
Make sure it's not muted.
That's where the cabanas are.
Ah, the Cabana King. Oh, hold on.
You see that?
Now we have in Clearwater, Florida, the Cabana King himself, Ronnie S.
You see that?
The Cabana King. Yeah, look at that. So that's where you can have your beers and. Hey, Damien. He's in the pool. And
pool.
Look, I don't know how it's working. Talk.
Unless it's waterproof.
No, they're not though. They're just regular earbuds. I'm trying to. I'm not going underneath the water.
And you guys got that. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now, Jordy.
So Jordy, what part of Scotland are you from?
Glasgow, brother. Hello.
Glasgow? All right.
Yeah.
So I'm not doing this to be mean. I'm just curious to see how you would say this. Please say burglar alarm.
Oh god. I mean that's
Come on, say it. It'd be funny. We need a good laugh.
Burglar alarm.
Bugler?
Bugler alarm.
Now, what about hamburger? Could I say hamburger in your accent?
Hamburger.
Oh, that was fine. But burglar
alarm.
Hamburger.
It sounds like you're a pest control professional. Bugler alarm.
Hey, we got a call. We got some pest control. We got some burger.
Is that a nice medicinal? Is that a nice medicinal joint that you just took out?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big one.
Yeah, that's good.
Miss
We
Mary
don't
Jane.
censor on our show here. We don't censor. You smoke away, puff away.
And plus, in Tennessee, they stopped caring years ago. So
I got in trouble for this the last time I was on the stream. You know, someone was
You're
like,
not
"No,
gonna
don't smoke in here. Don't smoke in here." I'm like,
not gonna
why
get.
not? Why
Who
not? Why
said
not?
no? Who said no smoking joints? Who? I'll expose them. I'll name names.
Don't worry, I already fell out with that motherfucker.
Who censored you from smoking God's miracle plant?
I said, well, if I ain't smoking, I ain't gonna be back.
I didn't
Because
hear
what
the
the
big
fuck's
fart.
going on? Well, I mean, I'm smoking on my channel. Why the it's not affecting you? So why the fuck are you being such a bitch?
You mean the host of this particular show
Yeah.
was being a bitch, crying like a
was.
bitch that you were
He's
smoking
being a
joint.
fucking sissy. He's being an asshole, man. Ronnie, you looking good, brother. How you doing?
Hey, Jordy.
Now, you see how great his audio is and his video, and he's in the fucking pool.
So, Jordy, what happened?
Huh?
What happened?
Good thing he's not taking a bubble bath.
Sorry, I'm
Jordy,
just
you feeling okay? You still got a cold, or you feel all right?
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm just I've been smoking. You know, I've been smoking all night.
So somebody was giving you a hard time, Jordy?
Yeah, host.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that, brother.
Another show is being a bitch about him smoking a joint.
I wonder who it was.
Yeah, I wonder also.
Oh no, I'm not gonna say the name on live. You know.
Was it one of those UK guys?
Yeah. I'm like, hey, I'm smoking a joint right here. How about I do this? And I done this.
They don't. It's not legal in England.
And I blew it in the camera.
So England is not really merry old England.
We don't tolerate drugs on here. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm
drugs.
weed.
It's not a drug. It's
weed.
medicinal. It's a medicinal plant.
Exactly.
Hey, what's the mic?
It's a
Come
fucking
on. Come on, why don't you come on the show? What? Don't be shy. Everybody's here.
Oh, Western Mick. Oh, he's cool.
Yeah.
So James, you know what's cool?
What?
I'm using my iPhone for this.
Yeah, your new iPhone.
Yeah, remember it used to blank out all the time?
Yep, that's I remember. And you are high definition, and the audio. It couldn't. Knock on wood. It couldn't be any better.
Yeah, I've got
the
an
only
iPhone
the
as
only thing
well.
I can't get like a good angle. It feels like my face is just up front.
Well, now if I do this, then it's too small.
Mm-hmm.
Then you're too far away. You and
Now I look like Damien.
Damien is far away now. So now I do this, and you're.
Oh damn! I wish I was in Ronnie's situation right now. Ronnie, enjoy. Ronnie, enjoy
Maybe
yourself.
James, try the other way. Try to put it the other way out.
No, there's a way you can have sex in the pool without people knowing it. I know. I have a sneaky little. Wait, try it the other way.
Yeah, maybe you can leave it like that. Yeah.
No, for now.
So small though on the phone. Whatever happened to Mikawan Raven? He doesn't join.
Dude, James, you must be.
He's on a date. You see, he met this girl, and he doesn't know her that long, and he is seeing her too often, and he's spoiling her. And what's gonna happen is what's gonna happen is when he wants to do something that he wants to do, she's gonna give him. She's gonna give him.
The first day you go out with a girl. Wait.
Yeah, she's gonna get
the first date.
Let me talk.
The very, very, very first date. You got
at the beginning he's seeing her too much, so she's gonna get used to it. So then when he turns around and he wants to do something else, she's gonna like complain because he's spoiling her. And you know, you don't see a girl like
well, it depends on the chick. She might be high maintenance. you know.
No, she's not high. There's another problem. She's middle-aged and she claims she's a virgin.
What? What?
Virgin. Yeah,
I
no.
call bull.
What
Not this day
middle-aged
and
woman?
age.
What middle-aged woman in their right mind would continue to wait until she's married to have sex? Nobody.
Hold on. She's a virgin? Stand the right way.
She's a virgin and she's middle-aged.
That's funny.
How can that be? Why is it? I mean, isn't there sexual tension going on with somebody as they get older?
Yeah.
I mean,
It's interesting, man. It's interesting.
I don't understand. I says, you sure she's not bullshitting you about?
Well, he's got to find out.
Well, he'll find
One way
out.
to find out.
But
There's
she,
only one
you
way to
know,
find out. Ask her.
she's making
Ask
him.
her.
She's
out.
making him wait. No, she's making him sweat for her. She's making him wait. And I'm wondering if she's going to end up. Wondering if she's going to end up having sex with some old geezer in a nursing home.
How old is she?
She's like in her early 50s.
And how old is Mick?
That's pretty old. That's pretty old for a woman.
How old is Mick?
Mick is not. Mick is about her age. They're about the same age. But come on, virgin.
Virgin. Hold on. This woman is 50 and she's claiming she's a virgin.
Yeah. Yes.
Bullshit.
That's like the movie, right?
The 40. How could it? Why would anybody want to wait that long? How could you wait that long? And isn't that a red flag?
So you're telling me this woman is 50 years old and she's never lost her virginity? I call bullshit.
I agree with Jordy, and I think that she's a Looney Tune. I think.
But Mick is going along with this.
Mick is going along with it because Mick says he hasn't gotten laid in
She has had sex, but she's just not had sex in a long time. That she feels like a virgin.
Yeah, maybe that could be it. Yeah.
Maybe she feels like a virgin.
Right.
Like a virgin.
Yeah, the very first time, like a virgin.
I love Madonna.
Be right back.
Yes.
So demented Damien.
Ronnie, you're making me so fucking jealous. I wish I was in your situation.
Yeah.
I can't see him. Now I see him.
Yeah, I like it better like this.
Yeah, because I can't.
Ronnie, that's awesome, man.
Thumbnail. You're like a thumbnail before.
It's a pretty cool spot.
Yeah, and you know, and look at that water, Jordy. I mean, look how nice it looks. You know,
Where are you at? You like? Is this like a hotel or something you're at right now?
No, where he lives. It's a condo complex.
That's where you live, Ronnie? That's amazing, man. Awesome.
Thanks, man.
You've done well for yourself. Cheers, man.
Thank you.
Cheers.
No, it's just an apartment complex.
It's an apartment complex.
It was
But they have,
beautiful, bud. It was
they have
beautiful.
a pool. They got cabanas. You can. Are there any USB ports by the cabanas?
Yeah, they are.
So you could literally plug in your laptop or tablet or phone, and
I'd probably prefer
ports.
the laptop.
Yeah. You know what I saw?
You go for a swim and you can
I saw a photo of somebody using their sunglasses as a tripod for the phone to hold it up, and it worked. You just put it, you know, with the part that goes around your ear. It's like
your sunglasses.
Yeah, you fold your sunglasses and you put it on the table, and you put the phone right on top of the doodads that go around your ear. The
ear cups.
The part that curves around your ear. So it hooks the phone. and the phone is propped up.
Dude, James, I got these new headphones. And when I'm joining, no one can fucking hear me. So what's the fucking point of these things?
Oh, that's fucked up. I thought you guys weren't going to be able to hear me.
No, I hear you perfect. And I hear Jordy. I hear Jordy with no problem right now.
These motherfuckers cost 25 quid, so I want to see if these are working. But they don't work, apparently. Like, when I join on people's streams, they can't hear me.
Oh, that sucks.
I don't know.
But and then you try to smoke a joint and they're kicking you out.
They're kicking you out.
Yeah.
They can't hear you because the microphone sucks with the headphones.
That's a headphone right there. It's like 25 quid from Mazda.
Look at that.
I need headphones because obviously I need new headphones. I mean, I play on PlayStation and stuff like that.
You can see the palm trees, the cabana. You can see.
Oh yeah, I see that. Palm trees.
All right, I'm back. Had to give the kitty babies their medicine.
Like a virgin. His girlfriend's like a virgin.
No, but I tried those headphones. Sadly, no one can hear me, so I don't know. You know.
So Damien, what do you think of Demented Damien as a nickname?
What's the question?
What do you think of Demented Damien?
I'm not really demented, am I?
No.
I don't think so.
What do you think of Damien Demento?
That's he's naming you after a pro wrestler that was called I think he was called Damien Demento.
Damien Demento, he fought the Undertaker.
Well, maybe, but my wife's a big Undertaker fan, so I don't know about that.
Okay, yeah.
He fought the Undertaker at the
Please don't tell me you're back in Logan Paul.
Oh, what you cut that big goatee off? Oh, good. Hey, look at that, Jordy. Look at
Mike Tyson with Logan Paul matches in July. Excuse me. You watch that stuff? Tell me you're back in my good friend. Not friend. My good man, Mike Tyson. Please tell me you're back to Mike Tyson on that fight.
It's his brother. His brother's fighting Mike Tyson, not Logan.
Jake Paul. Sorry. Jake Paul.
When that's in July?
Yeah, 21st of July. That's it. Thank you. Yeah.
I don't really.
Hey, Western Mike, where the hell are you? What do you diddly?
Oh, by the way, Ronnie, so remember all the evidence you want me to bring? Well, check the description. It's all down there.
I'm gonna check it. On last week's video, right?
Yep, everything I told you about is there. So to give everyone just a brief overview of everything, so there's going to be four different links.
Saying that I didn't believe you. I just want to read up on it myself.
Well, trust me, you're going to have about a week, if not more's worth of material.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking like multiple hours a day, week amount of time to look at this stuff.
And there's a bonus video at the end.
Okay.
Some guy that looks like he should be.
James, can you do me a favor, bro? Can you post this dude's link in the chat? Because I'm afraid I don't think I've subscribed to the channel yet.
Damien Demento.
Yo, you dude. I don't think I've subscribed to your channel yet.
Oh, I don't even know if he has a YouTube channel. You have a YouTube channel?
A regular YouTube channel? I mean, I have a review channel, but I haven't posted on it in a good while.
You did a review on Facebook last week, right?
Yeah, I did a review on that, but older reviews I haven't posted in a while.
What was that?
It's on Facebook.
Old English, right?
Okay.
I saw that.
The Return of the Glass 40 of Old English. Now, the next one I'm going to do is Steel Reserve.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Steel Reserve. We can't get that here in Scotland, unfortunately. But I've heard about that stuff before.
There's different types, right? Different types of Steel Reserve?
Yeah, there's There used to be a 211 triple export,
Yo, what's up, Mike?
but that one has been discontinued. So now we just have the regular 211. So it comes in 2 ABVs. You get a 6%, which is sold in Louisiana, North Carolina, Vermont, or New Hampshire.
But most
I
people
think
get the
Nevada.
8%, I guess.
Yeah, and then the rest of the country gets the 8.1. We get the
Yeah.
8.1. Now, if I want to try the 6%, if I go over to North Carolina, yeah, I can get it over there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
North Carolina is like a hub.
Different percentage from where you go then.
Of like miscellaneous beers, right?
Same thing with Old English. Old English is not the same depending upon where you go. So the East Coast of the U.S. gets a 5.9 Old English. The West Coast gets a 7.5. Canada, they get an 8%. There used to be an Old English 800 High Gravity that was 8%, but that one was discontinued back in 2021, I think. I didn't think it was all that great. It didn't taste right. There was just something really off about it.
I've heard of that. Louisiana Beer Reviews. Ronald done a review of that. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, he's all up on that.
Yeah.
Then Colt 45, we get a 5.6 Colt 45 nationwide. Now in Canada, their Colt 45 is 8%.
45 and 2 zigzags, baby. That's all I need.
What song is that?
Come on, man. You know that song. Colt 45
No, I
and
don't.
2 zigzags. That's
Yeah, by Afro Man.
Afro Man, really?
Afro Man. Afro Man. That's it.
Damien's got a heaping helping of reviews that are going to come in the near future.
Excuse me.
He's got them all set up.
What did you say, Jen?
He's got a heaping helping of reviews of different products.
So you got reviews in the cache?
Yeah, yeah.
But anyways, what I was going to tell you is, so if you look at the description down in this one, so the first one is the Rumble channel for Devolution. So that's going to explain everything in detail about everything I was telling you about from how this started way back, even like the 1950s and 1960s to present. And then there's a Substack that's going to have all of the references and documents to the videos. They're going to be down there as well. So then there's also Derek Johnson, the guy I told you about that's former military. So I listed his website where you can check out all of his documents, and then also gave a link to his Twitter because you're going to want to check out his Twitter because he references everything else on there. And then
does somebody have a TV on? Yeah, because I hear the TV.
Right, and then last one, the YouTube one, that's not a video. That's an actual another YouTube channel. So Monkey Works. So he is former military, but I think he was in the Air Force, and he shows different things about how all the United States military domestically has been going on, and how even the United States National Guard has been out of the country, which that does not happen unless you're under devolution or continuity of government. So yeah, everything you want to know is right there. If you have any other questions, it even leads to even more sources. So
hey, you want to
there
know
you go.
something, Damien?
What?
Speaking about the National Guard, I had a friend who was he joined the New York Army National Guard.
Mm-hmm.
They sent him to Afghanistan.
Yep, National Guard gets sent out of the country sometimes, even though they're not supposed to. National Guard is supposed to be for the defense of the states, not for foreign invasion.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it is crazy, but it even explains why that happens because there was an executive order that moved all the National Guard to federal service, to where
I heard about this.
So
yeah.
No, I'm good.
I think was that like around like the 40s or the 50s he did that.
I think, I'm not sure, but yeah, that's
they it's actually pretty interesting. They nationalized the National Guard because each state was supposed to be by itself, but then they nationalized it, so they made it like basically it's just part of the army.
Yeah, it basically
Even
does
though
fall
they
under the
still
Department
call
of
it
the
a
Army.
different thing.
Well, National Guard is basically like what we would call the equivalent of a state militia, but instead of being a people's militia, it's the state's militia. Do what?
I was gonna say it's supposed to be, that in writing, but it's really not.
Okay, if you go to London, and if you go to Buckingham Palace, you see Queen's Guards. These guys are called Queen's Guards, and they got the red jackets and the big black wigs on. When me and my buddies were there, we took the piss right out of them. My fault. Sorry. Oh God, my lungs are not doing good.
You gotta take care of yourself, Jordy.
Yeah, I know. Thank you, Lynn. But when me and my buddy Liam were in London, and we seen these guys are called the Queen's Guards, and they have these red jackets and the big black wigs on. And me and my friend Liam were like, okay, what the fuck is this all about? Where's this book to piss out these guys? Okay. So we did. I remember I got in trouble. Apparently, you're not allowed to do this. So I ran up this. I remember there was a Queen's Guard. He was doing this stuff. He was marching like this. And then he stood still at this statue thing. So what I did, me and my buddy William, I was like, okay, William, I'm gonna do something really funny. It's like, no, Jordy, we've done enough. I went, no, we haven't. I'm gonna that guy's hat. I want that guy's hat. I'm stealing his hat. He's like, what do you mean hat? Obviously, it's a hat. It's a black wig thing. I'm going to steal it. And I did.
And what happened? What were the consequences?
All right, hold on. I'm getting to that bit. So I remember sneaking right behind this guy. I had to be really quiet. But at the same time, this Queen's Guard has stood there like this with his gun. So I walked behind him, and I was like, William, record this. I asked the motherfucker to video it, and he didn't. Pissed me off. I wish I had that fucking video. But I remember going right up behind us. I was like 16.
Ron, put your avatar up. Your New York Mets something.
James, are you hearing this? I'm talking about the time where I stole the fucking thing off of the Queen's Guards. It was a wig or something. It was a wig. Okay, I remember. Okay, I'm going up to this guy, this Queen's Guards guy. I remember. Okay, as soon as I grabbed this helmet, Liam, you got to come with me. I grabbed the hair and I ran. And
you stole the
all I remember, I was running, and I had this.
You got away with it. Those guys are pretty serious about their job. They're like.
Mike, how you doing, brother?
How you doing, Jordy?
Hello.
What's up, buddy?
How are you doing?
They don't flinch.
I'm okay. You?
Stand there like statues.
Yeah. Sorry. I was reminiscing about the time where I was a little bit of a renegade. There was a Queen's Guards outside the Buckingham Palace in England, and me and my buddy William dared me to do it, and I stole one of the wigs off one of the guards.
That would have been a great YouTube video of you doing that.
I wish I had the footage. I wish I had the footage, but it's not there.
So what happened to the hat?
Oh, I threw it away. I threw it away, man. Yeah,
How could you do that?
I was running after I grabbed the hat thing. I was running, and I just went, okay, I'm scared. Poof.
Ronnie, are you going to sit by the pool?
Don't they have bayonets on their rifle?
I just remember throwing it away.
What about beef eaters? Like the bottle of gin, the beef eater. That's a funny looking outfit.
Yeah, imagine if you would have tried to have done that to the Secret Service. That would have not gone very well.
You get your ass beat.
Well, I kind of did. I mean, this was Buckingham Palace. They had the Queen's doors up over there. It was a park area, and I was just taking a piss. I was like, "Oh, Prince William is an asshole." Oh, that kind of shit. I was taking a piss the whole day. I was drunk.
Oh, Prince William, he's a ginger. You're right. That's the ginger
my
guy.
My buddy Liam, and my buddy Reese.
A black girl.
Huh? A black girl?
Let me ask you a question. Why is Netanyahu? Why is Netanyahu doing a whole war? Why did he?
Yahoo.
Why is Netanyahu doing a whole war? Why didn't he just use
Because he
Mossad?
doesn't fought for all of his war crimes. So he thinks, oh, if I just stage a war and go to war, everyone's going to leave me alone. No, it's not going to work this time, buddy. You brought it too far and too quick, so you're going to get your this time.
Yeah, why didn't he just use Mossad to kill all the bad guys in charge instead of going after all the fighters? Why didn't he get rid of all the bad guys first? Use Mossad.
Well, do you really want the truth to that question?
Yeah.
Because Mossad, the Israeli Mossad, they formed Hamas as an enemy to stay in a perpetual state of war.
Well, hopefully just that doesn't make any sense. It's just,
You didn't have too many edibles tonight, did you, Michael?
no, I'm wondering because it does make sense if if Israel, I don't know if Israel, but Netanyahu seems like the kind of guy who would go to great lengths to fuck with everybody, and he doesn't represent Israel.
What
So
kind of
Zionist Khazarian mafia.
Netanyahu's the mafia.
No, he's not only a Zionist, he's Khazarian mafia.
Well, just any kind of nationalism is just stupid, and national.
They're probably the ones that came to the United States.
I hate nationalism. I hate nationalism sucks, and also nationalism has killed so many people. So,
Well, organized religion, theocratic governments, theocracies.
they've killed a lot of people.
Are you kidding? More than any other group.
Just a quick heads up in case anyone was noticing. So when you go to click on that first link down there for devolution, you'll notice that American flag looks different because, believe it or not, America actually has two flags. That's what most people don't realize. So the traditional if I can speak, the traditional red, white, and blue you see, that's a wartime flag.
Oh wait, yeah, there's the military flag.
Don't tread on me.
Sorry, 51 stars, right?
Right.
50. But if you see the other one where it's like instead of red, white, and blue, it's got the stars as blue on a white background, and the instead of the stars or not the stars bar, the 13 colony stripes being this way, they're up and down. So that flag, believe it or not, is the United States peace flag.
Really?
Yeah, so if you see that flag, that's the one that you as an American citizen are supposed to fly, because that other one, that's a military wartime flag. You're not supposed to fly that.
You know, I like to get that flag.
That means war.
Maybe Amazon sells it.
They do now. It might be called a sovereign citizen flag, but it's not a sovereign citizen flag. It's literally the U.S. peacetime flag, and it's only been flown a few times in our entire history.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow. So it's a rare. It's like
involved in a war.
it's like okay. So
World War II.
kind of thing. This flag will be shown. Kind of shit.
Yeah, that's a cute little avatar. I see a boat.
Thanks. You recognize the boat. Ha ha.
Yeah, I see the boat. Yeah, I see a boat on the ocean.
Nice.
Oh shit! Now I see it.
You know, it'd be good a bluefin tuna ready to be cut up for sushi.
There's bluefin tuna, not just yellowfin tuna, but there's bluefin tuna too.
Yeah, bluefin commands a higher price.
Oh, James, I've seen that video you shared to me the other day. That was a big ass fucking fish, man.
That was a tuna.
That was massive, brother. You know.
Ronnie must be going into the house now, getting dried off, and I think he was turning into a prune. You like if you're in the water too long, you start to get pruny. You know, you get like wrinkly.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm not even taking a bath. It's just you can't even do it for 30 minutes. You already start to prune up.
You start pruning up. You know what he's probably showering the salt off because they're using sea salt.
Epsom salt?
Yeah.
No, they're using sea salt instead of chlorine because chlorine is toxic. So you know
he's basically salt water, but it can quench your skin. But at the same time, when you want to take a piss, you gotta get out the water.
Yeah, you gotta even if it's whether it's chlorine or sea salt, you gotta shower it off. So he's probably getting cleaned up.
Hey James, I have a question.
Yeah.
What do you think about what do you think about talking to people in a way where you're kind of forcing strangers to talk to you? What do you think about that? Forcing strangers to talk to you.
I think you should never force conversation with any entity at all.
Like, what if you're clearly showing that you're not interested in talking, but somebody insists on talking and you don't even know?
That means you're
I would say that sucks because can I answer that question?
Sure.
I'm pretty antisocial. I don't mean it. I mean,
me too.
I'm just my own
Me too.
way. I don't mean to be antisocial. You know,
Introverted.
but I get that. I mean,
you ever get that?
Huh? Sorry.
You get that too, right?
Yeah, I get that, mate.
Yeah, it's like what? Yeah, it's like why the fuck does everybody keep? Why the fuck isn't anybody speaking when spoken to these days?
My apologies. I keep coughing. Sorry.
Why? You all good? Went down the wrong pipe.
Because they're fucking nosy, maybe, and they have to get in everybody's business.
Okay, all I'm doing. You hate that. What about like food? What about like when you're eating food and every time you're trying to eat your food in peace and you just walk down the street and somebody, this happens to me a lot now. We have a new ice cream place.
They're disturbing your gastronomic endeavors. You're trying to eat something, and
people keep asking where'd you get that, and it's like this in this nosy small town. You should know by now.
Yeah, that's annoying.
I know. Everybody acts like they know everything and everyone, but then they don't know where things are.
You want to eat in peace.
Yeah. It's really weird.
You want to eat in peace.
Small towns are, especially with the big city vibe, are very weird because everybody acts like they know everybody and everything, but then they don't know where things are. So then they just start disturbing other people.
Yeah.
And,
Come back. You're fine. Buster Mike. Come back.
So I'm going to show everyone that peacetime flag I'm telling you about. I'm going to set it as my avatar.
Yeah.
1 sec.
Okay. cool.
Hey, hold on.
I'm an introvert, that's why.
I like that hat. I like that hat. That's pretty cool.
Thank you.
The skull on top there. I like that.
Yeah, cool hat.
I like skulls
Yeah.
anyway.
It's the Punisher skull.
I got a skull.
Yeah, I noticed that. It's a Punisher. Yeah, I noticed that.
I got a Scully hat. I'll wear it.
Yeah, give me a sec. I'm setting my avatar.
Hey,
Hold
James.
on, I'm gonna go and grab a.
Hey, James. The gray avatars are following you.
Oh, those gray avatars really irk me.
James, look what I'm wearing. Look what I'm wearing. You know who these guys are, don't you?
The Blues Brothers. All right.
Hell yes, sir. I even got the Bluesmobile up in there.
Okay. All right. Here you go. Hold on. Let me put.
Yeah.
James, I'm sorry. I don't care. I don't care. I'm a geek. Okay, I don't care if I'm a geek.
Blue.
Throwing this shit off.
Oh, it's a police.
Very cool.
Yeah.
See? There's my Scully. Jordy, there's my Scully hat.
Hold on, I can't see it.
You can't see it.
No, I can't. Hold on. Oh, no, I can. Awesome. Yes, I like that. That's awesome. Nice. I like that.
You know where I found this hat? I found it in a dollar store. I already paid $1 for it.
Oh yeah.
In a dollar store.
Yeah.
Cool ass hat.
And I never seen the. Dude, I never seen them return. I never seen them come back.
That's a cool hat.
That is cool. Yeah, I like that.
It's like a pirate, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I got my earring. I got the Scully hat. Yeah. If I see more of them, I'm gonna buy more of them. I'm gonna. Yeah, I think they call it a do-rag.
What is that about small towns where everybody?
Do me a favor. Do this, okay, James, because you've got the thing on.
Yeah.
Do this. Oh, the Kraken is here. No, what is it? What is it? What is it? He says in Pirates.
Release the Kraken.
Release the Kraken. That's it.
Release the Kraken.
Release the Kraken.
Release the Kraken. Release the Kraken. Me Geordie. Me Geordie's in Scotland. Release the Kraken.
James, you make a fucking great pirate. You make a.
This is the peacetime flag I was telling you about. See how it looks different? So
Yo.
instead of the red, white, and blue, it's red, white, and blue, but the stars are blue on a white background of the red bars for the original 13 colonies. Instead of being sideways, they're up and down. So this is the U.S. peacetime flag. Not everyone knows about that one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I want to get that. I want to get that and pin it up.
I want to walk with it.
I have the Scottish flag, but it's actually pinned to my ceiling. You know, so I can't show it.
I want to walk with it.
I got the Scottish flag like on my ceiling above my bed.
On your ceiling.
Good walking stick.
You said ceiling? Yeah, up there. Obviously, you won't be able to see it.
Damien, I got my Scully do.
It looks cool.
Yeah, I found it. I found it in a dollar store. It only cost me $1.
Wow.
Yeah. If I see
James,
more,
do me a favor. James, do me a favor. Say, "Arr, matey,
release the Kraken."
Oh, and one other thing you also notice about this flag, no gold fringe around it.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Well, that's probably
why no gold fringe around this one, because this one is the peacetime flag, but this is also the flag of we the people and our republic. That wartime flag, that's the flag of the U.S. corporation, and if you see the gold fringe around it, that's the corporation's admiralty flag.
What?
Yeah, but you go.
what do they call that flag?
What, this one?
Yeah, what do they call? I want to get one.
I've just known it to be called just the U.S. peace flag.
Okay. Well, I'll see if I can find it. I'll go on Amazon and.
Wait, why gold? Because the economy doesn't have any much money during a time of war when everybody's going to war, and it sinks the economy.
Well, it's just, this is the one that you fly when it's peacetime. This is the one that you're supposed to have, because the traditional red, white, and blue, with that being a war flag, that's only supposed to be for the military. That's not supposed to be for us. So when you see all these people wearing the red, white, and blue one, they're not supposed to wear that. They're not supposed to fly that. This is what they're supposed to fly.
Yeah. What is that about small towns, man, where everybody acts like they know everything about everyone, but then they don't know where
That's just small town USA no matter where you go.
Yeah, but then nobody knows where anything is and acts all
I
disorganized.
mean, they're very inquisitive.
Yeah, everybody's all inquisitive all the time. It's annoying.
Because people in small towns don't venture outside their little small town, or if they do, they stick to like an area and don't go outside of that area.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
same thing around here.
They feel secure. Like, why does why does an animal spend time in its den, or wherever it sleeps?
Insular.
Like
Why does an animal sleep in his den? Hey,
yeah,
I like
dens.
that question.
They have.
I'm an animal. I sleep in my den.
Insular and shit.
Yeah, they feel secure, I guess. And, but I understand if you're eating, Michael. If you're eating, and people shouldn't be disturbing you, asking you questions when you're eating.
Yeah, whether you're eating or you're working out, like people bug you about everything here. Like, dang.
When you're working out, you shouldn't be disturbed. You should focus.
Yeah, but people bug you about everything these days. It's like people can't stop commenting on everything.
Like Mr. Miyagi, Karate Kid, you gotta focus.
Yeah, but that's tough because it's like it's kind of tough to be around people when all they do is comment about everything.
How do I mute myself?
Yeah, people comment about things that they know very little or nothing about, and it's like they want to hear themselves talk. They just want to, or they want attention. They look at me,
Yeah, that
acknowledge me.
Why do people seek attention? Why do people keep trying to be like near you when you don't know them and you've made it pretty clear you don't know them?
Maybe
And,
they're trying.
That pisses me off.
Maybe they're trying to hit on you. Maybe all the gays in San Francisco are trying to hit on you.
Yeah, there are a lot of gay dudes.
People get too close.
What?
They're trying to hit on them. It could be, when the dudes, any dude that walks up to you with a big smile on his face and introducing himself, and you don't know the guy, and he comes up and he's got a smile.
Smiling too much.
He's a gay. He's hitting on you.
What if he keeps like sitting near you and you don't even know this dude?
He's gay. He's trying to,
Hey, and Mike, he fancies you and he's gay.
Shit.
He fancies you. He wants you. He wants you to release your kraken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not gonna happen.
The crack of your ass.
Hate to disappoint you.
Oh,
It's kind of tough to date women here when other dudes keep doing that
there
shit.
he is. I knew you were getting. I knew you were showering the salt off and getting cleaned up.
Tracking.
I knew Michael. I knew Ronnie was showering and getting dressed.
Back on the home front.
Yeah. What happened now? You're not using the iPhone anymore because you're all pixely. You're all.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. What is that? Your tablet or your laptop or something?
Yeah. This is the laptop.
Man, it must have.
You
It must have low megapixels, your laptop.
Yeah, it's pretty low. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, at least we see you. We know who you are.
What are you gonna do, right?
Yeah, what are you gonna I'll do what Michael does. What are you gonna do?
Ronnie.
Wait, what do I do?
So
Sometimes you go, and then you
Oh, that's a little better, right? Look.
hold on.
Oh yeah, I do that.
Let me check.
Ah.
I
Well,
cleaned it.
you're-
I cleaned it off a little bit. Here.
Still pixelated. Well, it is what it is. It is. What
It's not as blurry though, right?
No,
not as blurry, but I'm saying I gotta salute your new iPhone. It's really
Yeah, but I don't want to hold the phone up all the time.
yeah.
That's
Well,
annoying.
that's why you gotta get
Why is San Francisco so woke?
Because you live there.
you gotta get a tripod for the phone like this.
Yeah, but James, also it's too small. It's a very small screen. It's very hard to see you guys at the same time.
Yeah. So what you're saying is you get tired of
Oh yeah, that's cool.
freaking
Yeah,
phone.
you can't live your life on a phone.
No.
Well, yeah, no, you're right. A lot of young people, unfortunately, do live their life on their phone. Like
A lot of old people live their life on a phone.
I had a doctor's appointment.
Yeah, old people use their phones like this. Old people,
Yeah, he's right. They do.
The second they sit down, the girl.
Yeah,
the
the perfect. You're right, James.
The thumb's going.
The perfect test.
They use their index finger on the phone.
Perfect test is to go to the doctor's appointment, a dentist appointment, and you sit in the waiting room, and people they won't pick up the magazine and look at the magazine anymore.
No, the phone,
They have to always look at their phone.
The phone is like this. Nobody
I hear you.
checks magazines. They're like this.
But yeah, and the magazines are still there, but
what's a good thing is
nobody reads them. Nobody reads them.
for a while. Set your phone down for a while. Don't even look at social media. This is what I do. Sometimes.
Anti-social media.
Exactly. That's what I do. That's what I do during the week.
They have no social skills about involving the communication with other people. They have no social skills because they got so.
Even James, even if you go to a bar, which you think a bar is supposed to be a socially interactive place,
right?
Everybody's looking at the fucking phone.
Damn, the first thing.
So what's the point? Well, you can just stay home. You can stay home and drink.
Yeah, you might as well go.
So why are you gonna go to a bar? You gotta pay extra price for the drink, plus a tip, and you're not even gonna interact with the bartender. You're not gonna interact with the people around you.
Nobody's interacting with each other.
Just stay home. Why are you paying the extra money?
If you go to a bar, then you meet new people. Basically, that's what it's all. It's all about socializing.
If people are gonna blow you off, why pay extra
you
money?
get pulled off. Yeah, you get pulled off. That's gonna happen. Yeah.
It's actually pathetic.
It's very pathetic. What do you think, Michael Hilton, about that concept of
Well, it's very strange that you're having to deal with in San Francisco a bunch of. I understand if dudes are gay, but it's like you don't got to make me uncomfortable. And
So is there that many gay people in San Francisco? Are they like the majority?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they all and they don't act the way everybody else acts. It's kind of like playing. They kind of play a card about it. Okay.
And do they get aggressive probably now?
Quite aggressive, yeah. And it's like this.
They look at him. They look him up and down like he's a piece of prime rib.
Yeah.
Ugh.
They're sitting right next to him, real close, and they're
because you're in their city, basically.
What do you expect, right?
They own,
Yeah,
That's right. That's right. What do you expect?
Hey, I'm straight. I'm straight. Stop fucking around with me. I'm
they're
straight.
smiling at Michael, and when the guy.
So the question then becomes, Michael.
Yeah.
What are you doing there?
Well, no, that's not at a bar. Some people can be that way at a bar, but it bothers me because when you then try to talk to chicks instead, they may be on their phone or they may be talking to their friends, so you don't want to disturb them. But then you're dealing with these.
Imagine if there was no phones.
Yeah,
Well,
imagine that.
1900s.
When I was in high school, there was no technology. There wasn't even. We didn't even have the Texas Instrument big clumsy calculator.
Yeah.
Didn't even have that.
When I was in high school, that was required. You had to purchase that for certain math classes, and it was like $100-something.
What?
You had to buy something for $100.
You had to buy it as part of the class.
Yeah, but couldn't you just get like a solar calculator?
No, you had to have
No kidding.
the Texas Instruments, whatever it was. And back at that time, it was $100-something. I don't know what it is now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but there was.
Hey, I don't mean to bash. Don't mean to bash anybody. It's just it seems like the only people who will put their phone down are the people who you don't really want to put their phone down.
Now, Michael, what is that picture of a boat?
Down in front of people,
that's a boat, correct?
People you trust.
They want his Krakatoa. They want his Kraken. They want I'm telling you, it's.
San Francisco is very, very gay.
I don't even have to see it happen.
Dude, you sounded like a South Park character right there.
Really?
So have you ever considered moving out of the city?
Yeah.
Kraken.
Only here because of friends and family.
But what if you move to like a suburb, right? And you can still visit your friends and family there.
Oh, no. I live in the suburbs, but the suburbs are kind of like San Francisco substrate.
Okay.
So.
Well, north. I heard there's a part of San Diego, North San Diego, that's very gay. I hear. There's a part.
California is pretty woke. It's kind of disturbing. It's kind of like.
Now you didn't grow up there, right, Michael? You grew up
that?
You grew up in Illinois, is that right?
Illinois. I'm from Chicago.
Like this.
So, did you grow up with your family in Chicago and then they moved out west? Is that what happened?
Yeah. Good question, Ronnie. Yeah. I'm from the Midwest, where everybody's very traditional and everything. Everybody's very respectful.
Right. So what happened? Why did everybody move to California?
I don't know. It's just California is crazy.
What do you mean? What do you mean you don't know? You have no idea why your family moved?
Oh no.
They go
economy.
west, man. Go west. They go west.
Go west.
Yeah.
The economy.
The economy?
Yeah, but that's when California used to make sense. Now California is very crazy with a bunch of crazy.
Well, when did you move there? You like 2019, right? I think I remember.
2005.
The Village people, weren't they from San Francisco?
2005?
Yep.
Oh, you were a kid.
Yeah.
Oh, you were a little kid. So you
didn't really grow up in Chicago.
19 years ago.
Half Chicago, half California.
You grew up in San Francisco.
Well, when you were a baby,
half.
A toddler.
I thought you grew up in Illinois.
Kind of, but California used to be a lot different, and now California is very ditzy now. California used to be very sensible and very.
It's always been ditzy.
It's always been
ditzy. It's just that the ditziness got really out of proportion.
Out of control.
You know how I think the ditziness established itself is with people aspiring to be actors and actresses going to Los Angeles,
well, that's good.
Going to LA, and they brought the ditziness, entertainment industry brought it.
What? I'm
on
a left team.
Japan made headlines last month when it announced it would forego the
thank you.
in exchange for a lucrative systems integration subcontract.
On what basis? Yeah, it's just blue state America. You think blue state America is like this? Like this haven? It's freaking crazy, man.
Well, I don't like neo liberals. I don't.
They're crazy.
Yeah, because you know why I don't like neoliberals? Because
they're crazy.
Besides crazy, they expect you to give special treatment to certain groups.
Playing the card.
They play the card. Certain groups demand
Tough guy,
special
huh?
treatment. And this is what neoliberals do. They want you to give special treatment to certain groups.
And something's in the water.
I don't think anybody should be more special than anyone else, you know?
Yeah, how come all the people playing the card are such a dick? That too.
Because they cry, they, we're so oppressed.
Well, you know who's the most oppressed?
White heterosexual.
Everybody here right now.
I know, right?
Damien's rolling his eyes. Damien's. I saw you rolling your eyes.
How are we oppressed?
Because we're white.
We're white.
Straight males.
We're white. We're lily. We're lily white. We're not even tan. We're lily white, heterosexual American men, and we are the most discriminated.
Heterosexual. Now Jordy's not American.
Scottish heterosexual.
Yeah, but he's a straight,
right?
White.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming most of us are Christian. I don't know.
He's lily white.
Nope. You can throw that in there.
You're not lily white.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, just tired of how.
I believe in science.
But that's the new demographic.
Well, I'm not Christian, but I'll say something. I'm definitely spiritual. James, you
spiritual.
James, you believe in ghosts. You believe in the afterlife and shit like that.
I believe in ghosts. I believe in
the supernatural, right?
Interdimensional beings. I believe in evil spirits. I believe in things, many mysteries that are beyond our comprehension. I believe in science. I believe I'm spiritual, but
now, James, what's with the do-rag?
Because
what's going on here?
Because I'm making Damien feel like he's not alone.
Damien's not wearing a do-rag. He's wearing a ski
hat. I'm not wearing a do-rag because he's wearing a do-rag.
You know what you look like? You look like Vince McMahon when he was wearing a do-rag for a while.
I have to explain to him why I have this on, because it's got skulls all over it. That's why. And the center Damien has a skull on in front of
his ski hat.
His knitted hat is in the Navy we call those watch caps.
Yeah, look at what James is doing, guys. James has a cool black shirt. He has a cool, cap. What is wrong with that? What's wrong with it?
Oh no, I didn't say anything was wrong. I just asked why he was wearing it.
And
I know.
It's very anti-establishment. That's
now you know James Vince McMahon wore a do-rag at one point. Yeah, I'm gonna show you the picture.
Why are people demonizing masculinity and tradition in America?
Because they're scared.
Is masculinity bad?
Why are they? Sorry.
It's not bad.
They call it toxic masculinity.
Toxic masculinity. What about
look.
But being a clown and making a fool is okay.
Well, there's toxic femininity, so there's that as well.
Is this guy toxic?
Sure.
Now, femininity.
Sure.
Damien, is this guy toxic?
I don't know.
Yes, it's very toxic.
Well, he is white. He is male, so possibly he might have some toxicity to him.
Well, he's got a few charges against him.
But he's not pussified. He's not a pussified American man.
He's got some charges against him.
Like in other words, the metrosexual. What do they call metrosexual? Who is that? Is that Vince?
Who is that?
Yeah.
Jesse Ventura? No.
No, it's hard to see. Why is it coming out like that?
Is that Governor Ventura?
No, it's supposed to be Vince, but he looks like a madman. He's got a,
I don't know.
you know, like
this.
He looks pretty cool.
Release the Kraken.
Is that a wrestler?
There he is. There he is. You see him there?
Yeah, is that a wrestler?
He's got the do-rag. So when you see the belt, he used to be the ECW champion.
I thought so.
And when he was a champion, he wore the do-rag.
Self-proclaimed. He didn't earn it. He just kind of like.
No, he did. He did.
Yeah,
but
he looks like a wrestler.
Nature of the.
As a scientist,
How did the match go? Though? I'm sure he cheated to get it.
There was some shenanigans involved, right?
There were shenanigans involved. Yeah.
There might have been Donald Trump involved. Because back then, that's when Donald Trump was involved in the WWE.
I don't understand.
You know, if Donald Trump wasn't doing all that shit,
No, I'm serious though. That's true.
He was. I saw it. I remember.
If Donald Trump wasn't being such a fucking idiot, he might actually make sense a lot. And it's just.
Donald Trump won the match, and they shaved.
Yeah. Then they shaved Vince McMahon's head, and that's why he was wearing the do-rag, because he was bald.
Because he was bald.
And you notice his hair never grew back the way it was before. It was the dumbest move, booking wise, he could have ever made. But he fucked up his hair.
Yeah, but doesn't that make your hair grow stronger when you buzz it?
But he was getting older.
Yeah,
right? By that point, how old was he? He was already like 60.
He had this big puffy freaking hair.
He had the.
It's a fucking.
Buzz cuts are beneficial.
Vince McMahon had a nice head of hair, and he let a storyline create where they buzzed his hair off, and then he wore the do-rag for a while.
Yeah.
And then he wanted to grow it back, and it never came back in the way that it was before. I think it was the stupidest thing he ever did.
Kind of a tool move.
Well, not the stupidest thing. The stupidest thing is maybe all this shit he did with the girls. But
hey, if you turn the hair dryer on the verse and you point it at Trump, his hair will go.
No, so you think Donald Trump is actually bald?
I don't know.
It looks like roadkill on his head.
So what he's wearing is actually like a wig, though. Most people say.
Yeah, but he told somebody to pull it. Somebody, a journalist said, "Is that real? Is your hair real?" And he says, "Go ahead, pull it."
Oh, I didn't know that. I never saw that.
And they pulled it, and I think he wanted to look like his mother because his mother had the same hair.
Yeah.
Right. In the same face.
My favorite black voter pulled my hair.
So you think the hair is actually natural then?
Yeah, look, his mother looks like him in drag. That's how.
I don't think the hair is natural. I think it's a wig.
Yeah.
I think it's a wig.
Maybe it's half natural, half like extension or something.
It's very.
Why is that dude so fucking negative?
He looks fucking stupid.
It's a very cheap looking wig.
Why is it, he's got some pretty good ideas. Why is that dude so fucking negative all the time? It fucking ruins it.
He's not negative. He's just goofy.
Yeah.
He's a goofball.
And him and his father. Well, he learned from his father. His father used to stiff.
His father wasn't a goofball though.
No, his father was a sociopath.
A very smart man.
And he used to stiff.
That was Fred Trump.
He used to stiff people for money all the time. His father. He was a slumlord.
Oh yeah, and didn't they mess a lot with public housing and stuff like that, and kind of be racist with their public housing?
Well, they were based in Queens, which Queens has a high population of African Americans.
Oh,
Yeah.
his
So-
apartment buildings
so-
were in Queens. Oh,
Yeah,
he grew up
they started in Queens, and they moved into Manhattan, and then Trump Donald eventually moved over to Atlantic City when he got big enough. But the empire started in Queens. That's where it's all from.
Oh shit! I didn't know that.
So Donald Trump like went to school.
So they weren't dealing with the best of the best as far as tenants go.
It's just now he owes $100 million for an improv. Trump owes $100 million for an incorrect tax break for one of his businesses. I think that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track. There's a lot of shit going on. Or I mean, what do they have? Like 10 cases against him?
A lot.
There's quite a few, right?
Maybe more.
Maybe more than 10.
Maybe more incoming.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot, man. What the fuck? Like, how are you gonna keep track on that?
Well, yeah, it's a lot of risk, and
Damien Dissenter, any thoughts?
It's amazing that all
Yeah.
of these things that they say about Donald Trump, which I mean, there's plenty to go around to say about him. Don't get me wrong, but it's
I
just
mean,
like
we were talking about his hair, just being silly, right?
well, not only that, but not only his hair being silly, but just anything that comes his way, it always fails. But then you gotta look at the source of who it is that keeps bringing all of this stuff his way, and it's almost like all the stuff they accuse him of. It's like the accusers are really the ones that are guilty of all the things that they're saying he's guilty of. So, for example, it's like when they say that he does this or he does that, but it's really the accusers doing it, not necessarily him per se.
somebody trying to get out of something.
Now, Damien, I know you're a little bit into alternative theories, I guess you call it. Would you say Donald Trump is just a decoy?
A decoy for what?
For a greater plan that's just using him.
Oh,
Go
I
Antifa
think we
over
did
here,
talk
buddy.
a little bit about that last time. So, yes, he is not really a decoy, but he has been chosen to be where he's at this particular time. Because if he wasn't, we would have gone down a much different path than what we would have gone down had he not. And that's all in the source material that is down there in the description. It goes into way more detail than probably we have time for on a video.
Now,
Just to
the
cover
source
all of
description
that-
is you're talking about the video from last week. That's where all the sources are.
No,
right?
in this week's, the actual sources, the links are down in the description of this one.
In this video.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you were saying it was put in last week's video.
I mean, you can reference last week's video to see what is being referenced in the links down below in the description of this one. But yes, he is not so much a decoy, but it's amazing that everything is being exposed at this moment in time. Nothing is being left unturned. Like everything is being flipped up and exposed.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just the Democrats. Republicans are being equally just as exposed as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it's amazing that everyone's true colors are now finally being shown. It's like now we finally
But
see.
it's also
who's
like at
who.
the same time, like people are just becoming desensitized
Exactly.
to all of this, and so it's like every day maybe there's a new story coming out, but people don't react to it the same way anymore. They're just like, yeah, well, what are you gonna do? Everybody's kind of used to it now.
Yeah, that's partly why all of this had to happen this specific way, because everyone had to be woken up and shown the truth about everything, because they were trying to be told the truth, but it wasn't clicking with people. So now people had to be shown. Well, now that people have been shown the truth, now they say everything for what it really is. And ultimately, it's done the most important thing of when you say desensitized, it's not necessarily desensitized, it's detached from everything. Like, they just don't get so emotionally worked up or upset or involved.
I would disagree. Where I think people are getting more upset, more emotionally charged.
Well, it's detachment in the way that they don't really get so much upset about what they see. They're getting so emotionally upset because all of the things they thought were true and what they believed to be true, all of it's being shattered.
Now,
So
who is
now
this? Who is
everything
this
is
that
falling apart.
you're speaking about?
So yeah, everything is now falling apart. That's why everyone had to be shown everything, so that way you were now shown the lie. Now that you know what the lie is, you can now begin to discover
So
what the truth
who is this that you're talking about though? What?
just people in general. Like, just take a flashback even to like 5 years ago. Like, I'd say we go back to this day 5 years ago and do a
Okay,
comparison.
5 years ago, things were a lot different, and I dare to say, a lot better.
Well, maybe not. Do a
5 years ago
comparison.
was 2019. 2019.
No inflation, no war.
No COVID.
But what I'm referring to about 5 years ago is look how far we have come in 5 years. It may not feel like it's been 5 years, but at the same time, it feels like
No,
it's been
it feels like it.
decades.
It feels like it.
Well, it feels like it's been much longer, but just the amount of stuff that we have now been exposed to,
I don't think
and now how
it
much we
feels like
know
longer. I
from
feel like
then.
it has been 5 years because I've been keeping track, Damien.
Well,
Since
numerically, it's been 5 years, but it feels like it's been much longer.
I've been keeping track of this shit.
Well, just getting
Since
right back to it.
since 5 years ago.
If we were to go back to ourselves, our 5 years in
Yo,
the past self.
guys, I'm gonna go. James, Ronnie.
See you, Jordy.
All right, Jordy.
See you.
Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me, brother. Thank you for having me, James.
All right, you're welcome.
Ronnie, take it easy. Everyone else, peace and love.
I know it's late by you.
Yes, 4 a.m.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
yeah.
go to bed.
Damn, dude.
Take a nap.
I mean, I
Jordy.
stay up to like 4 a.m. my time anyway. So that doesn't bother me.
Mike, cheers, Mike. Mike, take
You
it
too,
easy.
Jordy.
James, Mike,
Oh,
Ronnie.
4 o'clock is pretty late to stay up.
Yes, 4 a.m. It's well 10
Late
past
as
4.
fuck.
In 10 minutes it'll be 4:20. And I already had a go for that shit.
No, Jordy.
Yes, sir.
James says that you don't like to hear any serious talk.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that. No. No, I don't mind that.
Okay, all right.
I don't mind that at all. I must have said that when I was drunk or something before. I must have said that.
Maybe he's sleepy. Maybe it's 4 a.m. and he wants to go to bed.
No.
All right.
Well, what's the problem?
I just wanted to throw it out there.
That's James's channel. It's progressive discussions. You got to discuss them.
It's very progressive.
No, I've not got anything.
No, it was open topic. It is open topic talk. So
All right, Jordy.
James,
it's good to
you
see
think
you.
I had a problem with that? I
I'll be
don't.
back.
Oh, no way. No way. Murphy, brother. Please don't think that. But anyways, I'll see you guys. Peace and love. Take it easy. You guys are awesome. Bless you.
All right, thank you and for coming and have a good night's sleep.
All right. So to get back to what I was telling you, so even if we were to go back 5 years ago, and we talked to ourselves from 5 years ago, and we were to tell ourselves from 5 years ago what was going to happen in the next 5 years with explicit detail, we'd probably say, man, you're full of it. There's no way all this shit is going to happen. Boy, would we be eating our words now.
Yeah, right.
Like, look at just how far we have come in 5 years.
Or how far we've fallen.
Well, we've fallen, but we've also come very far. Look at how much we have learned and how much we've grown, how much we've expanded in just 5 years. Look at how many people now know about so many different things that were like so taboo or like conspiracy theories 5 years ago, but now it's widespread acceptance as common knowledge.
You know what? Like, I do agree with you, but at the same time, since it's common knowledge, like, so at the time it was called a conspiracy theory, but then it became true.
True.
And now it's common knowledge, but the people who at the time they were calling it a conspiracy theory, now they won't admit that like we were wrong.
Oh, they'll
never admit.
They want to admit, but they know if they do, then it'll just make them look like a bunch of assholes. So deep down, they know they were wrong. They know that what they said was full of shit, but they just don't want to admit it.
And
that's fine.
They won't admit it.
Well, even if they don't, what does that really matter? In the overall scheme of things,
doesn't.
what
But,
really matter?
But the thing is, a lot of times these people are the ones who are, in charge. So instead of them accepting their wrongness here and calling people conspiracy theorists, when 2 years later they are saying that is true, right? And then, but they won't say, "Oh, 2 years ago I was wrong." No, they're going to say, "Oh, like the science changed," or like,
Yeah, I know exactly who you're taking shots at. Chris Cuomo.
But other stuff too, though. It's not just Chris Cuomo. Other things too. Fucking Rachel Maddow, or for example, or
Chris Cuomo is starting to move.
Now, James is a big Chris Cuomo fan.
No, wait a minute. Not so much anymore, because he's starting to move to the center. He's starting to kiss up to the people who signed his paycheck.
Well, Chris Cuomo, it may appear as though he's going more centrist, but now he's having to face the cold hard facts of everything that he gaslit people on. He was 1,000% wrong.
Chris Cuomo was a part of the CNN regime.
Exactly.
During the days when they were really up to no good.
Exactly.
And nobody really cares about CNN anymore. But
that same thing with Fox. When Tucker Carlson was on,
once Tucker Carlson got fired,
to a point, but no one cares about like Sean Hannity or
Sean Hannity. The thing is, Sean Hannity is a holdover from the George W. Bush era,
he's also a CIA war hawk.
Yeah, no, he is. That's why that's why I just said it's the same thing. So I told you, he's a holdover from the George W. Bush era. What does that mean? That means he's a war hawk, right? So nobody cares about that shit anymore. Nobody wants to hear it. But that's what Sean Hannity is. He's no better than a Dick Cheney.
Exactly. But if we would have told ourselves from 5 years ago that COVID was going to happen and all the nonsense that was going to happen with COVID and everything was going to happen post-COVID, and now how the whole Federal Reserve System is now on life support.
What happened
about to crash?
What happened post-COVID? What do you mean by that?
Well, a very sensitive topic we can't really talk about, but how now lots of people are really getting the cold hard truth about maybe they shouldn't have done what they did, and we're now seeing a lot of people dying suddenly.
I never took it, so I don't care about that.
We can't bash.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
I'm not bashing.
Yeah. Because they took one of my shows off.
There's a yeah.
Well, I'm not bashing. I'm trying to work around it without saying it, so people know what we're talking about.
James is just saying to change the subject.
No, they took one of my shows off because of.
I know. I remember.
It was bashing of the usage of them.
That's why I'm not saying them directly by name, so that way YouTube won't pull it. If you don't say the word, they don't pull it. It's triggered by an algorithm.
It's like you can't say the J's.
Yeah, you can't say the J word, you can't say the V word, but if you just reference,
like we were talking about on Messenger, James.
Well, the guy spelled it Jooz.
Yeah, it's if you just say the J's, you're safer.
And V.
So I guess you say the V's.
V is what? Vagina?
No, the.
Oh.
James, come on, you're following.
That's why we're talking in code, so people know what we're talking about without actually saying it.
What about the other sensitive?
It's going over his head.
What about the C word? What about the C word?
The C word?
That's a sensitive word.
The cunt word.
Yeah, the 4-letter C word, but yeah, that's
not really
post-COVID where people took they took the thing and then they shouldn't have, and now people are dying.
You're dying.
Because the thing is not made in the traditional manner, the traditional process that the thing was made for decades in the past, which is
it was Operation Warp Speed.
which is
Oh
growing.
yeah, there's a reference to that in the Devolution series.
That's true. That's true. But the
But
traditional way.
James, you did it, and you said you took some boosters too.
Yeah, but only a certain amount. I didn't do.
No, what
that.
about dissenting Damien? Did you take anything? Did you
I
do
didn't
anything?
take.
I did not.
Good
I
for
didn't
you,
take
man.
the new one.
Good for you.
The new one I hear is different, and
I never did shit.
I put the brakes on about the new one because I found out the new one was.
I feel bad for people who were forced to do it because of work.
Yeah, and we're
or
seeing
this.
the consequences of that right now.
All right,
But,
listen.
yeah.
The traditional way to make the thing is to grow the live bugaboos
Yeah.
in the egg yolk.
There's no warp speed.
They grew the live bugaboos in the egg yolk, and then they killed the bugaboos, and they gave people dead corpses of the bugaboos.
Yeah.
And
Right.
that caused that caused your immune system to recognize the dead bugs and also attack the live ones. That's how
So how do they do it in the warp speed?
It was a different.
Well, you will want to read that because apparently there is more than one version of the thing. That there's the deadly one, and then there's the not so deadly one, which actually is the more traditional one, but is regular medicine just as like an intravenous injectable form that you would get in like an IV. And then some of them were actually switched out for saline. So not everyone got it that thought they did it.
So
now, remember, Damien, this is just people saying this stuff 3 years ago were just conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, but if you want to see what people are, if you want to see the signature thing to definitely know that people died of that thing, whenever they do autopsies and they try to embalm them, and they can't get that embalming fluid through the veins and the arteries, and they have to do extractions of the veins and arteries, and they pull out this like rubber band synthetic material out of them, that's they died of the thing. It definitely got them.
Regardless of the thing or the other thing that's supposed to protect us, Ronnie, it was still very careless and irresponsible for your chubby governor to allow bars.
He's not that fat. He's not Chris Christie.
All right, but no, he's not Chris Christie. But he allowed full capacity in the Florida bars and restaurants.
He did.
During that.
Nah, I mean that's not really true. There was a lot of bullshit going on here too. He allowed them to be open. But there was a lot of bullshit.
You had droplet.
You had chairs like this far apart from you. There was a lot of bullshit.
Respiratory droplets flying every which way.
Respiratory droplets.
And he had maximum capacity, allowed maximum capacity in the Florida bars and restaurants.
All right. Well, that's why everybody moved here, and that's why we're paying astronomical rents, and
then the last thing,
and house prices have gone up double.
And that's a good point. Because
It's a great point.
Florida used to be very reasonable,
and it's not anymore. And why is it only since 2020 that it's not reasonable?
Oh no! It was even before 2020. The prices were climbing.
A little bit, but not really that much.
Cost of living. Yeah.
And then they also proved that the didn't do shit. They didn't work.
Oh, all right.
That's now common knowledge. Like I said all along, they weren't going to work. They did work.
The little baby Fauci was telling everybody, to put the.
If anything, like DeSantis held his ground, and he was right.
Speaking of DeSantis, that's partly
he was right.
why...
I mean, that's his claim to fame. As far as anything else that he's done, maybe some stuff is good, some stuff is bad. But what he did during COVID, he really took a step that he didn't have. He didn't have to do. He didn't have to do that, and he did.
I don't want the word being mentioned.
No, we don't want any words. All
right. I just say the thing, the bugs, the V. vagina, whatever you want to call
Well,
it.
James always says things are uncensored.
But I was going to say for DeSantis, isn't
Yeah,
it so
but
amazing that Trump and DeSantis were at each other's throats for so long, but then yet now they're not? It's almost like the whole entire thing was
They really
scripted.
weren't at each other's throats. Trump was being a big baby fucking bitch.
Yeah,
And
No, they were going back and forth at each other.
No,
for
they
quite a
really
while.
weren't. They weren't.
Trump was
Trump
really
just
riding his
he just
ass.
can't stand anybody coming at him. I mean, DeSantis was trying to go for the Republican nomination, so obviously that's a natural contest, and Trump just can't take that. He can't just be a normal person
Remember when he
and debate somebody policy wise. He has to like talk shit about them.
name calling? Remember when he was?
That's it.
Remember when Trump was debating before he got elected, and he called what is this, Marco Rubio?
Yeah.
He was insulting him because he was short, and
Well, Marco Rubio's not short. I don't know what he said about him.
he was like name calling. He resorted to name calling.
Yeah, he does that to everybody.
He always does.
Which is it's just like it's annoying. It's very fucking childish.
Yeah, it is childish.
I'm not.
Jordy, you were fine. Jordy, you were fine. Don't worry.
Jordy's good. I really don't want to vote for fucking Donald Trump.
Well, I'm not.
He's such a buffoon. Like,
thank you, Jordy.
Well,
I feel like we had this fucking Biden versus Trump bullshit in 2020. Why are we doing it again?
There's not going to be a
on.
2024 the way you think there's going to be a 2024.
All right, so hold that thought. I'm gonna be right back.
Okay. But yeah, the way people think 2024 they think is going to happen, then it's going to make it to November 5th. Nope.
He doesn't understand. He says, "Oh, your show is supposed to be uncensored." It is. Tell that to YouTube. I mean, there's a lot of effort that goes into making one of these shows. I don't want it to be wasted. I don't want it to get pulled
Right.
out. And
That's why I had to say the thing, because if you just say the thing or you talk in code, it messes with the algorithm and they never pull it because they don't know what you're talking about.
You can't.
Because the robot does not scan the images and actually scan the video. They just scan the audio. So there's ways to work around it.
Yeah. And you give hints like you did, roundabout hints.
But yeah.
And then you went the V, and the thing, and the bugaboos, and the,
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, 2024, it is so weird that the election is supposed to be in 6 months, and we haven't really heard a whole lot of anything from anybody. Doesn't that seem a little odd and a little suspicious to you? That what's supposed to be the most hottest, most contended election in U.S. history, and it's crickets from everyone. It almost makes you think that they know that Donald Trump is going to get 2024 because they know 2020 is not over.
Yeah.
It's almost like they always know that what I've been telling you about devolution and continuity of government, that they know it's going on, that he's still in charge, and that they can try to pull their nonsense, but here's what's going to happen between now and November 5th. We're not going to go out on November 5th and cast ballots the way that you traditionally were. That's not how this is going to happen. Because whenever it comes out about the Lindell case and the Brunson case, and how now, even when I was telling you about in Fulton County, that now they're bringing up everything and they've already found a discrepancy between the actual hand count of the ballots versus what was in the machines, and however there's a discrepancy of over 300,000 ballots just in Fulton County alone. And then now up in Wisconsin, one of the election officials got caught scanning 64,000 votes in the machines, that she printed 64,000 ballots illegally and then run them through the machines. Yeah, this whole dam is breaking on it bad. So what's going to happen is when all of it comes out and the fraud is exposed and everything is compromised, we're going to go to special emergency contingent elections. Now, what those look like, we've never really had that. So we're still in a bit of uncharted territory, but that's how 2024 is going to happen. It's not going to be November 5th.
Well,
I can assure you that.
It wasn't November 5th in 2020 either.
Well, it was November 3rd in 2020, but November 5th is going to be this year. But people are speculating that
but like the days of it being like called on the same night, that's not going to happen anymore.
Well, if we go to a special contingent election, which is probably what's going to happen, because all of the ones from 2022, 2020, and even as far back as we can remember, because once all that comes out, people are going to be like, huh, well, that happened in 2022 and 2020. What happened in 2016, 2012, 2008, 2000? And it's going to spiral. And don't be surprised if there's audits of elections many years back, just to see how much fraud and corruption there was even in those elections.
Mm-hmm.
And trust me, there will be a lot to go through.
So is James lying down in bed now?
Not yet. I was going to go cook an 8-ounce Black Angus hamburger, but not this show, Sid. No, not this show. She's not home in Nevada yet. She's on the road again. She's but in the future, she told me, in maybe next Saturday. You know, now he's saying hot shot because he is
hot shot psychic.
In other words, he's being like sarcastic.
A little bit sarcastic.
Yeah, he's putting her down because she's a clairvoyant. That's what he's doing. You know?
Now Sid also says you have alcoholics on your show, right?
Yeah, he was attacking people that come on my show. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Sid is really Red Rooster. I wonder.
Maybe Sid is a Jason Cleveland.
Yeah, but Jason Cleveland, he seemed like such a mild-mannered, innocent guy. He doesn't.
Oh, why doesn't he come around anymore?
Because he got mad at me for saying in a roundabout way that
he was weird. He used to go around to all the different shows, including Ronald Terrio's and Eric's, and he would make weird comments.
He does
just stupid ass comments, and then you would notice these different aliases coming up.
Yeah,
and I think Sid is one of them.
Yeah, there was Horn Dog, there was Fart Doctor, there was a whole bunch of other aliases. But you know, his wife, I know for a fact, he got mad at me because I said in a roundabout way that he was pussy whipped. His wife interferes and doesn't want him to do anything.
Well, I notice you say that sometimes about me.
But I was just joking around. I know that if you were pussy whipped, you wouldn't be able to stay on the show this long. I was just busting your balls.
So speaking of Red Rooster,
but his wife was always, believe me, blah, 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 blah.
So just for shits and giggles, so Red Rooster likes to have all of these different aliases. So out of all the different ones he's had, we should make like Star Wars.
Do you think Sid is the worst one?
Well, what we should do is we should make Star Wars themed spoofs of Red Rooster. So for each one of his aliases, we shall make a Star Wars themed reference in terms of that. So let's see here. Let me pull up the Star Wars episodes. So that way we know what we can call each one of his aliases. So pick a random alias. Red Rooster, episode 1, The Phantom Jabroni.
The Phantom Jabroni.
And then Star Wars episode 2, The Jabroni Wars. Episode 3, The Revenge of the Jabroni. Let's see.
I saw what he really looks like. You know, he he uses the Rhode Island Red Rooster photo, which is a real famous chicken, the Rhode Island Red, because he's from Rhode Island. But I saw what he really looks like, and he has a face only a mother can love. Let's put it that way.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, since I'm on this Star Wars kick, okay, so what was episode 4? A New Jabroni? Yeah, that'll work. And then what was episode 5? The Empire Strikes Back. The Jabroni Strikes Back. And what was episode 6? I can't think of episode 6 right offhand. Oh, The Return of the Jedi? Yeah, Return of the Jabroni. And then episode 7, The Jabroni Awakens. Episode 9, The Last Jabroni. And then, of course, episode 9, The Rise of Sky Jabroni. There we go. All of his aliases put as Jabroni.
What amazes me is that he works for the Department of Homeland Security, and his supervisors obviously don't know what he does on the internet. And he lives in Northern Virginia, a suburb of Washington, D.C. And Ronald J. Theriot has his exact address where he lives and where he works. And I forgot who showed me his photo, but now I know why he uses the chicken head as a profile.
So what was his original problem with you?
Oh,
he just likes to troll.
He trolls.
You know who he is, Damien?
Yeah, he was in the he was in the Marines, so that explains his obnoxious, loudmouth personality. And
I've never seen the guy
in the
before.
military in general sometimes.
Yeah, and he's
So he used to be like one of the beer reviewers? Is
yeah,
that
he was
how started?
he was on a Facebook group called Honest Craft Beer Reviews, and the problem is if you're honest, they threaten to throw you out of the group.
So they threw Ronald out, right?
They throw anybody who doesn't agree with them, they throw you out. So it's not so honest. But he
Were you in it?
I was in it. Tom Mulvihill is in it or still in it, and his friend from Rhode Island, Starodumsky. His last name is Starodumsky, but he got mad at me. Rooster got mad at me because I totally trashed Velveeta, Cheese Whiz, and American cheese as being processed cheese like food and not real cheese.
But that has nothing to do with beer.
And only a low class person that doesn't know anything about real food would say they like it. And he said, I love Velveeta and Cheese Whiz. And then
But wasn't it a beer thing?
no, it had nothing to do with beer. It had to do with fake cheese.
What the group? What?
Oh, it was about the group is about.
So how did cheese come up?
That I don't remember.
I mean, you could probably poke fun of me all you want, but I kind of like Velveeta. I mean, I know it's fake cheese. I know it's processed, but it still tastes good.
Well, that's what the cheap guineas over in Philadelphia use to make their Philly cheesesteak sandwiches. They fucking like the Landmarks. They put Velveeta on their instead of putting Munster, provolone, mozzarella, Swiss cheese. They put Velveeta, and I know why, because it's cheap for them to use Velveeta.
Like I said, I know it's fake, I know it's processed, but I kind of like Velveeta. I don't eat it all the time, but
I don't care. I don't care if Red Rooster has walk-in refrigerators loaded with Velveeta. I don't care what the hell he does. He can eat fucking sewage for all I care. But I choose to eat real cheese, and that's it.
But I mean, I do like real cheese too. I mean, I like American cheese, regular and white, but I also like cheddar, Munster. Not a big Swiss or provolone, but I mean, I'll tolerate it. But my favorite, creamy Havarti with dill.
Yeah, but you're talking about real cheese now. Havarti. Now, what do you call Monterey Jack? Is to me is nothing but processed American cheese with some flecks of jalapeno in it.
Monterey Jack, if you get it shredded and you mix it with like a Mexican cheese blend and put it on a quesadilla with some queso, some salsa, and a little bit of the El Yucateco hot sauce, it's actually pretty good.
Jordy's "Love Hurts" is an old song that came out sometime in the 1980s, I think. It was a lame, sappy, romantic song. That,
I'm gonna look it up.
Love Hurts. Yeah, somebody already used those words, Jordy.
I can't play it here, right? You don't like that?
No, it's not what I like and don't like. It's that it's copyright and
I know.
They bust my balls.
I know.
It's not like you're monetizing off of it anyway, aren't you?
Well, James doesn't. He saves the videos, so
Well,
it's always going to be there.
If they let me play copyright music, I will be playing all kinds of neat songs.
Yeah.
But I can't.
Can't do it.
I mean, honestly, it's equal fair use. It's not like you're claiming any sort of right or ownership of it. It's
Now,
equal fair
I
use.
found James.
We're not making money off of them. That's
There's
the point.
There's the Everly Brothers.
Their
Have you
claims
heard
are
of that?
baseless. Their
Everly
censorship
Brothers,
is baseless.
bye, love, bye.
Is that what that is?
No. Love Hurts is it goes like love hurts, yeah.
It says Everly Brothers Love Hurts.
Well, maybe that was the original Love Hurts.
So I'm gonna put this on mute and I'm gonna listen to it.
Yeah, listen to it on your. Yeah, copyright bots. They're yeah, and I just don't feel like getting emails from YouTube telling me I got a strike against me for copy. You know that, and then they mute your show. I don't want to.
Twitch does the exact same thing for whatever reason.
Yeah, well.
But anyway, so what I was saying about before we got sidetracked on everything. So just imagine going back to yourself 5 years ago, just 5 years ago, and you were telling yourself 5 years ago everything that was going to happen between then and now with explicit detail and lay it out day by day, week by week, year by year, what was going to happen in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2024. Again, our younger selves would have been like, you know what? Where the hell did you come from? Because there's no way all that shit is going to happen. No way. Get out of here. Oh boy, would we be eating our words now? Yeah, just the amount of stuff we have learned and have been exposed to, and how many truths have come forward, how many lies have been exposed, and how now the Great Awakening is now in full swing. All of what we thought was true is being shown in front of us point blank as false. Everything's crumbling, everything's falling apart. But at the same time, we're angry and upset, but we're angry and upset because we believe this shit for so long. But it's like we're stuck.
We are stuck, and look at the fact that nobody outside of the two major parties are invited to any televised debates. Sometimes it's hard to even get on a ballot at all if you're like a third party candidate or an independent.
Right.
And especially the televised debates, because the American people never get to know anybody except the Democrat or the Republican.
Exactly. So whenever all that happens, it's like we're stuck. It's like, well, now that we know the lie, we're still trying to recover from the lie. It's like we just want to just sulk and be all mopey and gropey and just like, instead of looking at some sort of solution. But it's like, yeah, we need to be shown the truth. But it's one thing to be shown the truth. It's another to take what information you know from the truth and then actually be more solution focused. And that's where we need to be right now. Is we need to be focusing on the solution. We know what the problem is. No sense in keep on griping and moaning and groaning about it. Now it's just now we got to focus on the solution.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I'm just laughing at what Ronnie said.
But when we're angry, that also does help us release emotions.
Yeah.
But as it helps us release emotions, you know what that ultimately does? Helps us detach. And the moment you detach and let go of something old that doesn't serve you or the collective, something new can come in. That's why when we were talking about how some days you feel fantastic, the next day you're just like, did I just get hit by a freight train?
Mm-hmm.
That's a result of the reality shifting and splitting and being in multiple realities at the same time. And everything's being dialed in, so to speak. It's like, what's a good analogy that I can use for it that would make sense?
I just want to tell Jordy, I wasn't talking to you.
Right.
That's a quote from a movie. Goodfellas.
Good movie.
Did you pick up on that, James?
Well, when you said Frankie Valli, I know he made some appearances in mobster movies.
Yeah. So that's not a dig at Jordy.
Mm-hmm. I lost my train of thought. Where were we? Oh yeah. So the analogy of which I can use to describe that is, say you have like an old radio that still has the volume knob and the station knob.
Mm-hmm.
And you have the antenna up and you're trying to get a signal of a particular station, but you can't quite get a signal on this channel. Something comes through, but not quite. You try getting a signal through on this channel, and something's trying to come through, but not, and you have to keep fiddling with that knob back and forth to get just that needle right where it needs to be, finely tuned for a signal to come in. That's more or less what we're experiencing.
You got to put aluminum foil on antenna.
What do you mean? What are we experiencing?
What I'm talking about is, have you been feeling like some days you feel great, the next day you just feel like shit?
No, I haven't been feeling like that. Have you, James?
Yeah.
Really?
It's because reality is shifting and splitting, and now everything is being thrown every which way, and now it's ultimately up to you to now decide where do you want to go.
Where do I want to go?
Mm-hmm. I mean, wherever you want to go is up to you. I mean, no judgment. Either you decide, it's going to be decided for you here in probably the next 3 to 6 months.
I want to go to Clearwater Beach.
Clearwater Beach.
All right, well, make it happen.
No. You know what it is, Damien? You got to have, people like to call it spirituality. I call it religiosity. You got to have a higher power, okay? And I'm not here to preach about any one thing, but I know what I believe in. And it doesn't matter what Joe Biden's doing or fucking Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis. This is just silliness.
Mm-hmm.
You need to believe in something, and you need to have that as your guiding principle in life. So you're not going to wake up feeling like you're saying, like a train hit you, and then the next day you don't feel like that. I don't feel like that.
Well, think of it this way. Everybody in Washington, congrosmen, senators,
you can't put your trust in them. That's
presidents, even governors of states. They are wealthy people that
right. We can't relate to them.
We can't relate, and we're not living the lifestyle that they're living.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, you, Ronnie S., you're a middle-class guy who's just paying his bills.
I have to worry about my own life, my own family.
Yeah, but the point is,
and that's what's most important.
You're struggling because you're a middle-class person paying probably the highest tax rate because you're middle class.
I don't pay the highest, but
Well,
sure.
I mean, compared to the cost of living and everything, you guys are struggling.
Ridiculous.
You're not living like like senators
No.
who get
Well, what
paid
one thing?
off.
What's the song made during the Vietnam era? I ain't no senator.
Fortunate
I ain't
Son.
no senator's son. It's
Fortunate Son.
very
CCR.
true. It's a very good point. Because a senator's son wouldn't have gotten drafted into the war. So I'm like, I'm not getting drafted into a war, but I'm paying for wars out of my tax dollars. Right. I'm thankful that I'm not getting drafted into any nonsense wars. I mean, the guys who got forced into Vietnam, it was completely fucking absurd.
Mm-hmm.
It really was. In other wars too, Korea and even World War II, they got drafted. World War One, they got
I
drafted.
don't blame them for going to Canada and dodging.
Not at all. Why? Bill Clinton did it, right? Yeah, not at all. I don't blame anybody for doing any of that stuff.
What I mean is the senators, their families are living high on a hog. And, and they're supposed to be public servants that are paid for by tax
They're
dollars.
supposed to be, sure, yeah.
And
But you can't put your trust in them.
No.
Maybe according to the John Locke theory of like government of a contract between the people, like Damien knows about this stuff. But that isn't really true. That's not what it is.
Well, we are going back to
there's no the social contract. That's what it's called.
I just got
we are going back to that, by the way.
I just got to tell Jordy something. Jordy, if you ever want to visit New York City, you never have to pay for a hotel. You could stay with me. I'm only 15 minutes from Times Square, 42nd Street.
Do you have a second room where you live, James?
No, he can. I got something he can sleep on in the living room.
Can I sleep there?
Hide a bed.
No, it's this is what it is. It's a memory foam bean bag, but it's like 8 feet long.
Oh, those are comfy.
Yeah, what I did was I bought the empty case. I bought it online. The case that has a zipper on it, and it feels like velvet. Anyway, I stuffed it. I bought the memory foam, and my sister gave me a shitload of memory foam, and I stuffed it really firm, and it's like 8 feet long, and the whole thing is like a memory foam bean bag. And I got blankets.
Comfy.
My sister gave me one of those Mike Lindell My Pillows. That fucking guy she gave me one of those.
How is it? Is it good?
It's pretty damn good, but I wouldn't pay $100 for it.
Did she pay $100?
No, her common law husband paid it because he's one of those fanatical Republicans. So Mike Lindell's My Pillow, right? So right away.
But you're saying it is good though.
It's good, but I wouldn't pay $100 for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that is fair.
But it is good. It is good.
But yeah, getting back to what you're talking about, the contractual nature of government. Yeah, once this Federal Reserve System crashes, that's the new system that's coming in right behind it. Going back to what you're talking about, exactly where we're going.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want to know exactly what the system is called, to where you can look it up. No, you try to look it up on Google, they'll try to fact check you and say, "Oh, it's false information, fake news, and all this other stuff." I'm like, that's when you know that you're onto something and that something is true. The more you get fact checked on it, and the more it's said about false information. What is the system called specifically? Well, it's already signed into law. It was signed into law back in 2000, and it was actually supposed to roll out on September 11th, 2001, but since we saw what happened on September 11th, it never got rolled out. But it's called NESARA. NESARA.
Mm-hmm.
And for the world, which the world will be going to this system as well, it's not like a one world, New World Order government. It's completely different. But for the world, it's called JUSARA.
Mm-hmm.
So Nasara is the return of the way things were before we entered into this corporate construct in the Federal Reserve System. So when we get our currency backed by gold and silver and precious metals, that's part of Nasara. Debt forgiveness, that's part of Nasara.
Right, we lost James now.
No,
Well,
I'm gonna
he'll
go.
come
I'm
back.
gonna go make my hamburger. But you guys are getting into a good
Well,
discussion.
why don't you show if you're gonna cook it, show us what you're doing. Yeah, put
Oh my
the camera on the burger. You do that.
I can put the camera on the burger while I'm eating it, but I can't bring it into the kitchen.
Because he's
It's
on his
not-
desktop, probably.
It's
So
not
how do you send
on
those?
my desktop.
Oh, you got to switch over to your phone.
No.
You want
know
to see him
what?
cook.
Listen. I'll bring it in on the plate and I'll eat it. And I'll eat it. What was I going to say? Our listenership went boo. So you guys are, for some reason,
I don't. Maybe because of Damien.
These
Because
people.
I'm bringing content that people are going to want to hear because, well, alternative media, we are the news now. People are
Saturday.
not going to turn to like CNN or MSNBC or Fox anymore.
No, nobody.
We are the news now. We the people, we are the news now.
It's a shame.
Well, I mean, it is what it is, but you know what? It's a golden opportunity to where now we can get that information out of there. So people have been asking about Nasara. So I told you about the asset-backed currency now, the debt jubilee, all debt forgiveness. Well, in order for that to happen, the Federal Reserve System has to crash. Because the moment that crashes, since it's in a banking construct, if you want to read a contract that you would have with your bank, read the insolvency clause. That the moment that particular financial institution becomes bankrupt and it becomes insolvent, any contractual obligations that you had are forgiven. Say you had like a personal loan or a mortgage or an auto loan or some sort of personal loan through that particular financial institution. Well, if they go belly up and bankrupt and insolvent, guess what? You're no longer responsible for that debt.
Mm-hmm.
So all this debt that people have right now, regardless of how it is, if that system crashes and burns and the fiat dollar goes to zero, guess what? That's your debt forgiveness. So if you have a vehicle loan, you own that vehicle. You're not responsible for that debt anymore. Have a mortgage, guess what? All that goes under.
Yeah,
You
you
own your
also
home.
know what else is going to happen at the
What?
same exact time? World War III.
So they say. It might look like there's World War III, but it won't get that far.
The
It'll
U.S.
look like.
The United States Empire is not going to go down without a fight.
Well, it doesn't matter how much of a fight they put up right now because it's all going to crash. It's all going to crash and
It's
burn.
going
We
to
see the
crash.
writing on the wall.
It's just like Rome. It's not that far off from what happened to Rome.
Well, when you said that, how is it still afloat? Well, publicly, it's
When
about to be announced that it
when did
crashed a
I
long
say
time
that?
ago. A couple shows ago, when you were asking, like, this system should have crashed back in, like, 2022, 2023.
Last
Spoiler
year,
alert,
it
it
should have
did.
crashed last year.
Well, it did. It's just not been made public for everyone to know.
Okay. But it's extremely similar to the fall of Rome. I mean, maybe this sounds like it's cliche, but it's not. It's not. It's true. Rome became a decadent, misogynistic, crazy fucking. They had gladiators killing each other and shit, and that's kind of happening here in a way. And their economy went to shit. It went to nothing. And the most way you can tell is their military became garbage, and they kept trying to push out and get more and more land and more prestige, and they couldn't do it, with the military they had, and they started hiring the barbarians. Well, the United States is now, accepting undocumented immigrants into the military and saying you could become a citizen if you become a mercenary, basically. And
True.
so that's where we're at. We're at the same exact level that the Romans were at, man, and it's pathetic. It's
But
absolutely pathetic.
But you also said another part out loud without actually saying it. So what caused the Roman Empire to collapse? I mean, that's true, but what was the final nail in the coffin?
Overextending. And so
Overextended, but how they overextend?
what are these 800 military bases around the world? How are you going to say the U.S. is not an empire?
What I'm getting at is it had to do with their finances. That's why they collapsed.
Of course, yeah.
When
yeah.
their currency
But
was
yeah,
not
okay,
backed by gold
sure.
and silver.
But what takes up the majority of the finances? What takes up the majority of the budget? It's the military.
Yeah, but you see what happened was they were issuing their currency as like gold and silver coin, but the moment they stopped issuing coins and started issuing paper currency and backing it by nothing,
Right.
that's why it all crashed. That's
Well,
why
we've been dealing with that since 1971.
Yeah, but this is why it's going to be the same story. This is why inevitably the Federal Reserve System will crash, and interestingly,
It will.
And interestingly, this is not the first time this has happened in America. Now, depending upon how far in the Midwest you might live, Jay Terrio might know about this since he lived in Louisiana. But I'd be curious to see what he has to say
That's not
about.
the Midwest.
It's going sort of Midwest. It's deep South, but it goes Midwest.
It's pretty deep South.
Yeah, but it's starting to go Midwest. But anyway, so Louisiana for the longest time was under French control.
Yeah.
And so was the Deep South. So, like, you had Louisiana, you had Alabama.
Florida
and
used to be under Spanish control.
Right. But what I'm getting at is the Mississippi bubble that happened back in the early 1700s as a result of John Law and Banque Generale of France. How a similar Ponzi scheme like the Federal Reserve System happened from 1717 until 2020 or 1720. And this is following exactly in the exact same footsteps of the Federal Reserve.
3 years.
Yeah, in 3 years. So here's what happened. So John Law was a Scottishman, and he was wanted in London for murder. That he got into a duel with someone else. He won the duel, but back in those days, even if you won a duel, you still killed someone. So even though dueling might have been legal, you still killed someone, so you're going to be wanted for murder. So he fled to France.
That's pretty fucking stupid.
Well, he fled to France, and then at that time, the French government was completely broke. Absolutely broke.
What year is this?
1717.
Yeah.
And then if you want to learn more information, it's called the Mississippi Bubble. So I'm just giving you a brief synopsis of it. So John Law, he fled to France. He noticed that
France was in really dire straits.
They were at that time because King Louis XIV had just passed away. They had been involved in multiple wars. Well, they won all of the wars,
and then they got involved in the American Revolution.
Well, this is pre-American Revolution.
Yeah, I'm saying like late, a few years later though they did.
Right. So France had won all these wars, but they were bankrupt. So John Law had this really interesting idea to go ahead and go to America and establish known as the Mississippi Company.
Mm-hmm.
And what he had this little nice scheme set up for was he took on the French government's debt and he took on collection of taxes for the French government. How did he do that? Well, he set up a bank. He established a bank charter in France called Banque Generale. So, as he was setting up this bank, he was accepting deposits in gold and silver coin. And then once he started getting deposits and was getting establishment for his bank charter, and that bank was taking off and his company was taking off,
right?
He issued the French government, back in those days, the currency was called the livre, something like that. He gave the French government 50 million livres to have his own central bank and to be a tax collector for the French government. Well, in a short amount of time, he started taking all these deposits, and then whenever he'd issue like loans or any services, he wouldn't give it back in gold and silver coin. He would give it as paper currency. And you already started to see where this pattern's starting to go. Then he started issuing shares of this bank. And then, before you know it, people were buying all these shares to get over here to America. But then when they actually got here, between 1718 and 1719, that they experienced a huge financial crisis. That now all their currency and all these shares were basically being printed like it was nobody's business, and there was so much abundance. Hyperinflation went through the roof, especially when it came to the price of food. So people were cashing in all these shares and wanting their gold back. Well, inadvertently, there was no gold to be given back because they were giving these shares back in gold coin on a 1-to-1 ratio. Well, then to try to combat hyperinflation, he started issuing more currency and more shares. Well, before you know it, the whole thing just crashed and burned. And then Bank Generale became insolvent, and then all the contractual obligations that people had, so any debts, any loans, were uncollectible because the bank was insolvent.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to go over here, put my phone on the charger for a sec. Or go get my charger.
Oh. Anyway, the hamburger's cooking on one side.
Yeah, we're still here. I'm just running to the bathroom right quick. I'll be right back.
The hamburger's cooking on one side, and I just want to say that we have been streaming on both YouTube and Twitter, which is now called Twitter X. And it's been a great show. It's been a great show. And then as soon as my big Brontosaurus Black Angus burger is done, I will bring it back here because Ronnie wants to see me eat it. He wants to see the hamburger. Anyway. Yes,
okay, it's back. But yeah, what we were talking about is how actually the Federal Reserve System was actually not the first attempt to have a central banking system and a fiat currency system in the United States. That the first one was the Mississippi Bubble back in 1717 to 2020 in the Louisiana Territory. And since Jay Terrio lives in that area, I'd be curious to see what he would have to say about the Louisiana Bubble. Or the Mississippi Bubble, I'm sorry.
Well, since he is a retired history professor, it would be interesting to debate him and to see exactly what he knows. He doesn't. He seems to be reluctant to get really deep about anything. I don't know why. He avoids many subjects that are not.
You're talking about Jordy?
No. He was what Damien was telling me, and I said that he asked me. I wonder how Ronald Theriot would react.
Oh yeah,
He doesn't touch upon any deep subjects.
he doesn't like to get too involved. Though he does do videos, political videos.
Yes, he does.
And he says that he invites anybody on, but you know what he does? He goes live at like 12 o'clock on a Tuesday. You know, when when nobody's around.
Nobody's around.
And he says, I invite anybody on to say anything.
You know what? I might take him up on that offer.
On a Tuesday?
I mean, I don't work Tuesdays, so that's one of my days off.
Oh,
for
that's
sure.
golden. So you're good because he doesn't work Tuesdays, so that's when he does it.
So he's been doing this regularly every week, Tuesday at 12 noon.
Yeah. So Ronald, it might be 12 noon or around or 1 o'clock, something like that.
Central Time.
No, Eastern Time.
Oh, okay.
He's been doing this for years, James, for years. So he's a very routine guy, right?
Oh yeah.
So you know he has a part-time job. He works at some store.
I think it's Bethurns.
And
he references Bethurns a lot.
And he has, if you follow his videos, he has Tuesdays and Thursdays off. So when he does his serious topics, he always does it on a Tuesday or a Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
Because those are the days he has off. And he goes live, in the early afternoon. It might be 12, 1 o'clock, something like that. But nobody can join because most people are working. Well, for the most part, maybe there might be some retired people out there. But I'm certainly not retired. I mean, James is retired, right? So maybe James, why don't you never join his shows though, right? His political shows.
James?
I
think he did in the past. Maybe.
Did you, James? He doesn't hear me. But Damien, yeah. And also he doesn't announce them, so there's no telling when he's going to do it.
Well, does he do it on his main channel, Ronald J. Carrier, or does he do it on his other channel, Anti-War? Because he has another one called Anti-War.
He does do some things on the Anti-War channel, but if he does a serious topic on a serious current event, say like the Israel war, but which he did do like a couple of months ago, he did something on it. He'll do that on his main channel. But he won't give any fair warning to anybody to join. He'll just go live when he wants to go live. And he does put the link out and publicly on the channel. So if you're around and you have his channel on to get a notification every time he goes live, then you can join if you're there. If you're free. He'll let you on.
Tuesdays, I'm traditionally not busy. A lot of times on Tuesdays, this is what I do: sitting around in my chair, play video games, watch movies, or listen to music.
He's not one that's going to try to censor you or anything like that. If you can fit yourself into his schedule, he'll let you on, and he'll talk to you. For sure. He just says so. What James is doing right now with that face. Can't do that. He says you have to join with an actual face.
Well, I like that particular icon because that is what a lot of the people that were associated with Anonymous use. That's the V for Vendetta mask.
Yeah. That does look familiar, but Ronald. So if just for example, if James tried to join his channel, Ronald's channel, with that sign. He wouldn't let him on. So, like, one of his rules is that you have to show your face, which isn't really that big of a deal, right? I mean, you're showing your face right now,
right?
So just show your face, whatever. But he's pretty open to allowing people to come on and speak their opinion, and he'll let you do all that. But you have to like just be within his time frame. Which isn't that easy to do if you're a working person.
Like I said, I'm an independent contractor, so I work my own hours. I'm my own boss. So
yeah, so you're all right with that,
right? Well, my guess is probably whenever James comes back, he's probably gonna call it a night because we've been streaming for 4 hours. So yeah, just a quick recap on all of the information that's down in the description below. So all the evidence you were wanting to look at for yourself and to formulate your own opinion on for everything I've talked about with devolution, continuity of government, how Trump is still commander-in-chief, how we're in an information warfare, irregular warfare, and how everything now is being exposed, but now we know the game plan. And ultimately, we're in the war of all wars. That this is the war that's going to end all wars, because look at how much it has cost us physically, mentally, spiritually, economically. It's broke us. But at the same time, it's made us stronger.
War is that? Which war is that?
The war that we are in right now, the one I was telling you about. Everything that you've experienced from 2020 until now.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you.
Information war.
I'm going to tell you something. I'm above this 2020 shit.
Yeah,
I'm above it.
So am I. I'm over it. I was over it before it even started.
Exactly.
But still, you got to talk about it because
me and you,
it plays into it.
We're seeing eye to eye. Me and Damien. As far as I know, we're seeing eye to eye, because this. You want to go back to 2020. I know, I know that that people were trying to say mental health has gone downhill since 20. Why? Why has it gone downhill? Because you fucking assholes wanted it to go downhill. That's why it's going downhill.
Ooh,
that wasn't going to happen to me. That wasn't going to happen to me. I knew what was happening in March of 2020.
Exactly.
And I still know. And maybe you might think that I sound like a fucking know-it-all asshole and shit. Well, whatever. I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, same. I'm glad I stuck to my guns, but yeah, I'm just giving a quick recap on everything so that way people know what everything is. So let me pull up the video. So at least
I don't have any mental health problems, Damien. I'm not obese. Right?
All right. So yeah, for everyone that wants to know, so the rumble.com/devolution. So what this is going to do is this is going to take you specifically to a dedicated Rumble channel that goes into great detail about devolution and continuity of government. So what is devolution and continuity of government? Well, they're basically contingency plans for if certain events happen. And there's a contingency plan for just about anything and everything. Well, in this instance, since this was as a result of a fraudulent stolen election, it triggered this specific contingency and continuity of government. So it goes into, there's at least 25 main parts for devolution. Now, there are addendums as well. And if you just want to watch the videos, to listen to them while either you're just working or in the car working out or just laying around chilling, you don't want to read the information, well, these are the videos to watch. And again, there's 25
Can you watch
parts.
them while you're jerking off?
If you want to, I mean, if this is your sort of thing, if intellectual stimulation gets you off, hey, more power to you. I'm not going to judge. But anyway.
You can bring up the video yourself.
Yeah, so you can watch the video yourself. Now that's in the that's the first one. I'm on devolution, and I was telling you about the American flag being different. So I'll flip to my avatar. So this American flag is actually supposed to be the American peacetime flag, and you'll notice there is a stark difference between this and the traditional red, white, and blue. So on this one, you'll notice that instead of the stars being white, they're blue on a white background as compared to a blue background, and instead of the stripes, the red and white stripes, instead of being sideways, they're up and down. That's the peacetime American flag and the flag of the Republic.
They're vertical. They're vertical stripes.
I've heard that before, but now it's always going the other way, so we're always at war, right?
But yeah, the traditional red, white, and blue is the wartime flag. That is
The one that's on like the army sleeve.
Yeah.
Uniform.
So that's not for us, the people. This is our flag.
Oh, okay.
So if you see that flag, now you know the difference, and you'll never see a gold fringe flag of this variant. You will only see the gold fringe around the red, white, and blue, because that's the Admiralty wartime flag. So that's war under Admiralty law. So lots of interesting stuff to go about here. There's some other supplemental material as well. You could just go to this one channel alone, and you got content for weeks, if not months, to
For
go
years,
through.
maybe.
All right, so on the second one, on the documents.info. So this is Derek Johnson's documents that goes more into more of the military aspect, using more of .mil.gov documents that show more explicitly about continuity of government as well as devolution. I mean, he lays it out where he's former military. He's going to present it more in the just regular laws and orders from the UCMJ perspective. And trust me, there is a lot to go through. And if you watch the Devolution series and then read these documents, they will make much more sense, because at least you'll have context of which to understand everything from. So the next one is his Twitter account, Derek Johnson at Rattletrap1776. So you're going to want to check out his Twitter, because he will show more of the United States Code and what that United States Code means in reference to devolution and continuity of government. And he will also show you how the different branches of the military have been involved domestically and internationally that show we are at this particular wartime stance as a result of the 2020 election being stolen. Then this last one, I think there was one more that was supposed to be here, but I think you might have accidentally deleted it. So this last one is a YouTube channel called Monkeyworks US. So he's former military. He goes more into detail about what is going on in the skies militarily. But if you want to just see the documents yourself on the Devolution Rumble channel, if you want to see what they're referencing, so under each video, you will see that it will link to different Substacks to where you can cross-reference the material yourself. So if you just click on, like I say, Devolution Part 24, and then you check the description, you'll see it'll take you to patelpatriot.substack and all of his Devolution Substacks that he's got there. And like I said, there's 25 main parts, and let's see how many addendums there are, which those are more supplemental material. There are 5 addendums that feed off of the main 25 parts. So yeah, trust me. When I told you I was going to bring the evidence, I brought it, and there's a lot to go through.
All right. It's exciting.
Now, I will warn you, it may come from more of a right-wing perspective, but again...
Well, these things always do, right?
This has not really been
at least these days they do.
This has not really been a left-wing perspective, but...
Now, why is that? Why is that? What's
what
wrong
I find
with
most interesting
what's wrong with the left wing these days?
Well, just take a pick as to what's wrong with both the left and the right nowadays, and you'll just throw a dart, get 2 lists.
But the right wing is a little bit more on point, though. Right?
Depends on how far right. But anyway, if you were to take a list, just jot down a list of what's wrong with the left and the right, stick it on your wall, have some darts, and then just randomly throw it at that list. I guarantee you that dart, every time you throw it, will hit something.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when you hear me say, just throw darts and see where it lands, that's the analogy I'm talking about. Is just look around, throw a dart, see where it hits.
It also shows you that you can't put yourself in a left wing or right wing box.
Well, I'm more free thinking independent now.
What I guess you'd call them corporate media, what they call left or right wing. Right?
I've become more independent.
Yeah.
as time has progressed.
Now you used to be a communist leaning, right?
Socialist, but I'm not opposed to the idea of socialism. Just if we are going to do it the way that it's been done in the past and the way they're trying to do it now, it's just not going to work.
Now, when you say they're trying to, what does that mean?
So all these like social democrats, even though they're not really social democrats, and all these radical
They're
left wingers,
goofballs. The lesbians with the purple hair. That's what you're talking about?
yeah, people like that.
You
say
really
that
want to be
socialists-
associated with them?
Yeah, and it's like if you were to compare them, and if even Karl Marx himself and Friedrich Engels,
Karl Marx has got to be rolling in his grave, right?
yeah,
With shit.
if he were to look to see it, what he has become of his theories of socialism and communism as compared to people who claim they're socialists and communists, he'd be like,
Yeah.
you are nothing more than just a radical liberal. And trust me, Marx hated and despised liberals. He hated them.
Liberals of his day.
Even modern day ones, he would have nothing to do with them.
Well, he wouldn't know what to do. He wouldn't know it, if he saw the shit going on today.
But even most of Karl Marx's works, only 5 to 10%, was actually about socialism and communism. The other, 90 to 95%, was critiques of capitalism.
Well, one bad thing about neoliberalism or liberalism in general is open borders. I'm not in favor of open borders.
Who is? Are you, Damien?
No, I'm not in favor of open borders, but the whole entire thing was, okay, Europe had open borders for the longest time, and yeah, it did work and it was okay. But again, that was in a more civilized society. Mexico in recent years has not been all that civilized of a society.
James
so that's why
is a big fan of Obrador. Obrador, the Mexican president, current president.
Well, the Mexicans are not in a hurry to come here because their economy is booming, but
they are in a hurry.
The ones that are coming here are Venezuela,
scumbags,
right? Venezuela, Central America. I'm talking about the criminal element.
The criminal, fuck, man.
Criminal element that's coming to the country.
What about them?
Wow.
Yeah, hold on a sec.
They're getting in. Huh.
Well, they're not even trying anymore. They don't even care.
Look what's happening in New York and Brooklyn. I mean, they're.
Yeah, it's disgusting, right?
Ah.
We got to get Paul on here and talk about that.
I sent him the link. I don't know what he's up to, but
Paul is very good. He's got a lot of. He takes videos, firsthand videos.
He got a journalism degree.
He get this
diploma.
The only we talked about. He just has to calm down. Can't yell like that.
Because I told him, when you yell, well, when he did his radio show and had me on, he was talking like you, normal. I says, you see how nice this is? People will pay attention to you a lot more when you speak normally.
Yeah. You got to talk to people on their own level. You can't yell at them.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, my wife came in the room for a sec. Tell me something. Apparently, some cats have got underneath the house and sprayed.
What? A cat sprayed under your house?
Yeah, we got neighborhood cats. Why do you think we don't have any mice problems around here? All the neighborhood cats.
I don't know. You never told me.
Yeah,
Cats
around here we have lots of neighborhood cats.
Cats are also like to hunt wild birds.
That's why we don't have that many birds around here.
So do you have any?
Catching them.
James lives in an apartment building as well. Do you ever have any problems with rodents, James?
No, thank God. But we have the same animals that, like when I lived in my hometown, we had all kinds of.
Where was your hometown? In New Jersey?
Yeah, northern New Jersey. Lodi. We had there was there was coyotes. There's wild turkey.
Wow.
Possum.
When I lived on Long Island, we never had coyotes. Never.
Oh, we have them around here.
There's coyotes around here too in Florida.
And if you see a very interesting hybrid animal, you're like, what the fuck is that? The coyote wolf.
Chupacabra.
Chupacabra.
Well, a coyote wolf, when you see it, you gotta look at it and go, wait, a coyote and a wolf made it, and they made that? They're freaky looking.
The chupacabra is real, right?
Well, speaking of animals in relation to climate change, the armadillos are now in Illinois and the Carolinas.
Where'd they start?
Climate change? Well, they originally started in Mexico.
There's armadillos here in Florida.
In Florida? Well, I think the
they're the
armadillo.
ones that they roll into a ball and roll around. Yeah, I've seen them.
They're like anteaters. They have long claws.
Yep. You see them more at the coast.
Yeah, really no teeth. They're like anteaters. They have a long tongue and they eat.
And they don't mess with humans. They just stay on their own. Right?
Yeah, they dig holes. You
Yeah,
have a yard.
They just do stuff in nature. But humans, if they see them, they never seen them before, they get scared.
Yeah.
But,
well, Ronald says they dig holes in his yard all the time. The armadillos in Louisiana.
What's a hole gonna do? It's not doing anything to you.
No. They got to eat too, and they like to dig for worms and grubs and but I saw videos where the guy was petting the armadillo on the belly, and the armadillo was friendly. He was bonding with him
like a dog.
Yeah. Nathan Bates of Western Tennessee calls them what the hell is he called? Coyotes on a half shell.
Yep. So where does he live in Western Tennessee? And I could probably tell you where it's at.
Do you live in what? Eastern Tennessee?
Yep.
I have to ask him.
Eastern Tennessee.
So yeah.
So how
Eastern
far are
Tennessee,
you from
Central
the
Tennessee and Western Tennessee? It's all different. So
how
Eastern
far are you,
Tennessee,
Damien, from the seashore?
Do what?
How far are you from the coast?
Well, Tennessee is a landlocked state, so if I want to go to the coast, I either have to go to.
So you got North Carolina to go through.
Yeah,
right?
if I want to go to the coast, I can either go to Virginia,
That's right. Yeah,
North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, or Texas.
Do you have that much on the border, on the Tennessee border?
Yeah, we border a lot of states. So let's see here.
Really?
Well, let's see here. To the north we got Kentucky. To the northeast we have Virginia. To the east we have North Carolina, and then southeast we have Georgia. Directly south is Alabama. Southwest is Mississippi, and then southwest or west Arkansas. And I think we also might maybe border Missouri, maybe. I don't know.
Missouri?
Nathan says they found an 8-foot alligator in Western Tennessee.
Yeah, and even the terrain is different. So Eastern Tennessee, we have mountains. So our terrain here is very mountainous, very rugged, and very hilly. Now, Central Tennessee, it's rolling hills. Western Tennessee, flat.
That's probably why there's alligators there. Flat, lakes, swamps.
Is that why?
More than likely, but around here we have lots of creeks, rivers, lakes, mountains.
Any freshwater body of water is going to attract alligators, right?
Yeah.
Or saltwater. I don't know.
No, it's freshwater. Any freshwater lake.
And the right temperature.
That's what it is here. They say any freshwater inland, lake is gonna probably have alligators.
We might have some around here. I've never heard of it, so
You've never heard? Oh, okay. So you don't really get gators then?
if we did, it would make headlines
So why
because
was James saying that?
in Western Tennessee, they like more of being along the Mississippi River, and they like more of that swampy, humid
Yeah.
environment.
Right,
Around here, we don't really have swamps. Now, we can get high heat, high humidity like a swamp, but nah.
High
What's
heat,
also
high
interesting,
humidity.
but what's
Yeah.
also interesting around this area is this whole area where I live at, so Northeast Tennessee, Southeastern Kentucky, Southwest Virginia, Northwestern North Carolina, and Southern West Virginia, that area alone, we could form our own state if we wanted to.
Really?
And in fact, that may not be such a bad idea.
Right.
And there has been talks about forming our own state out of that area called Appalachia.
Oh, Appalachia. Yeah, sure.
So if at any moment's notice we were ready to break off and form our own state, we could.
I saw the documentary about Appalachian people. And the first thing they mentioned was Scottish immigrants.
Yeah. The Scots
Yep.
Irish, right?
Western Europeans.
Mostly Scottish. They did mention Irish, but mostly Scottish.
They were like they came from the English Empire, and they were like
Well,
they were considered like barbarians by the English.
Yeah, they weren't treated properly and fairly.
Same thing with the Welsh.
So they were sent to the Welsh. So they were sent to the highlands of like the Appalachian Mountains.
Yeah, that's what I was telling James about. So the Highlands,
the peak, the high peak.
If I go on I-26 and take I-26 east down to Asheville, I'll go to the Highlands because that area are the highest peaks in all of the Appalachian Mountains or Appalachian Mountains. And I was telling him that the whole range goes from Georgia and Alabama and goes all the way up to Canada. That's the whole range.
Probably goes through West Virginia also, right?
It does. So the lower range starts in northwestern Georgia and northern Alabama, and then it makes like a straight line straight up. But it goes at like a 130 angle all the way up through the United States. And believe it or not, it actually does clip the very top corner of South Carolina. So when people think South Carolina doesn't have mountains, it does. The very top corner and that little sliver right there, it does.
Wow,
so it goes through Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, North Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, New York, Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, Canada.
Yeah.
And they're actually older than the Rockies and the same highlands you have in Scotland. When we were still the supercontinent of Pangaea, whenever the ranges split, that mountain range was actually much longer and much wider. But when the continents began to drift and split, that range stayed in Scotland and the rest of it stayed on this continent. And there's even some evidence that the Alps in Europe even have traces and origins back to that mountain range. But the Swiss and the French Alps, and even the Austrian and the Czech Alps, they're much, much higher. I think those can get up to like in the tens of thousands of feet. The highest mountain that we have, I think, in our whole range is about 6,700 feet. But when we're in a valley, our elevation's only like 1,200 feet.
The Matterhorn is in Switzerland, I think, right? It's the highest peak.
Mm-hmm.
But no wonder why the locals in Appalachia mentioned about all these cryptic creatures that are in their folklore that are in those woods. Anything could be lurking in there.
Well, I'll tell you why, and it might make sense. It might not. If you've lived around here, you understand. But so you know how we've been having a lot of seismic activity where all these earthquakes have been popping up, but they're not really like your traditional earthquakes. There's a lot of tunnel systems that have gone throughout the whole United States underground and even under the oceans and throughout the whole continents and even down in Antarctica. Well, since there's such a vast tunnel system and a vast cave system, there's a lot more underground that comes up out of the ground than what we realize. So a lot of stuff has been happening under our feet that we've not been savvy and privy to. So when you hear about that there has been a collapsing of a deep underground military base or a collapsing of a tunnel system, that's what all these earthquakes are. They're flooding these tunnels to flush out all these individuals and all these creatures that are underground to bring them above ground. And once they flood the tunnels, they collapse them. So that's why whenever New York had that earthquake that happened not too long ago, even though it was only like a 3 or a 4, yeah, that a major collapsing of an underground tunnel system that's been under the city for years has been collapsed.
I think it was 4.8 on the Richter.
Yeah, so those tunnels and what all went through those tunnels, that's going to shock people. They're going to say, wait a minute, there's been this vast tunnel system under our feet this entire time and no one knew about it?
No wonder why certain lakes throughout the world have the same prehistoric creature that looks like Loch Ness.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And then around here, we have lots of caves and we have lots of caverns. So who knows what you'll find if you do spelunking in a cave or in a cavern.
Yeah, you have you have a lot more than stalactites and stalagmites.
Yeah, so the most prominent cave and cavern around here is Bristol Caverns. And then you have another one that is not open to the public, but is very historically significant, but a small town in Virginia called Saltville. Yeah, we nickname it Salt Vegas because under the town there is a huge salt mine. It is massive. And during the Civil War, that was a very contended place to want to gain control over because of that was how the Confederacy was able to keep their meats preserved for as long as it is because, well, Saltville had an abundance of salt. And there were 2 battles of Saltville. So there was the first one in 1860, I think it was like 1861, 1862. The Confederacy won the first battle. Then the second battle was, I think, 1864 or 1865. And the Confederacy lost. And the reason why the Confederacy lost that one was because the forces were spread a little too thin because of a sabotage mission. So there's a town about 10 miles southwest of the town called Emory, and it's the home of Emory and Henry College. So there was a Union fort that was occupying the area called Fort Emory, and the Confederates tried to sabotage the fort. And while those forces were spread out too thin, the Union went into Saltville and took it over because of the botched sabotage mission. Now, people have been asking, so Tennessee was the last state to secede, but it was the first one back in. Tennessee, at least this part in Eastern, we didn't want to have a part in the Civil War.
Well, I know the Battle of Shiloh was a bad battle in Tennessee. Battle of Shiloh. I saw the documentary.
The reason why Tennessee ultimately lost in that regard is because Central and Western wanted to go with the Confederacy, whereas the Eastern part didn't. The Eastern part was very pro-Union, so the ones in Central and Western Tennessee, the generals and the commanding officers, they were severely incompetent. That's why whenever the Union got through the Mississippi River and they pushed their way inward, they steamrolled because just the officers and the generals were incompetent.
Yeah. Well, when you think about the Union officers, I mean, they came out of West Point. You know, they came out of a very well-established military academy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Navy. Well, Navy is Annapolis, Maryland, on Chesapeake Bay. But Maryland was a border state, right? Like Kentucky wasn't Kentucky a border state?
Yeah, so Kentucky was split. Some wanted to join the Confederacy, some didn't. But then yet in the Civil War, most people don't realize is there were those in the South that wanted to join the Confederacy and those that wanted to remain loyal to the Union. But even up north, there are people that were Confederate sympathizers, but were also loyal to the Union. So when they talk about the Civil War really dividing this country, it divided this country big time. Like, it divided even households and family members, that you could have parents and siblings on opposite sides of each other. That's why even on the battlefields, up north and down here, brothers and sisters fought at gunpoint with each other.
Yeah.
That is how bad it tore this country apart.
I know the Ohio River separated Confederacy from the Union because that's the border between Kentucky and Ohio, the Ohio River. And Harriet Tubman will be sneaking slaves out of Kentucky over the Ohio River.
I think it was also, I was telling you that once this becomes public knowledge, the left will freak out that the only reason why we had the Civil War in the first place, well, slavery was a hot, contentious issue.
Economical, wasn't it? Economical.
Well, it was economical, but here's the sad part.
I mean, economics, the reason for the war.
Right. But if you read Lincoln's first inaugural address, he never said that he was going to free the slaves. In fact, he said very clear that he had no power and authority over slavery. The only reason why he started the war was to preserve the Union, and that the only reason why he fought the South was because the South seceded. That the South never seceded, there would have never been a war, and slavery would have continued until who knows when.
Ronald Theriot mentioned that Lincoln was really not concerned about slavery, and he wanted to give them the opportunity to return to Africa.
They could have went. They could have went back to Africa, right?
Yeah, and
imagine that. Imagine if that happened. Where would we be today?
But yeah, that's the only reason why he
happier?
started the war, was because he wanted to preserve the Union.
Maybe. Yeah.
I mean,
James.
it would have hurt basketball.
Imagine if that happened. You know?
But yeah, if the South had never seceded, who knows how long slavery would have continued in the U.S.
Well, the founding fathers had slaves on their plantations, on their farms. You know, in
But
North.
there were even other founding fathers that were against slavery. So the whole issue goes back even to the founding of our country, and it I don't think it even got. I think maybe there was one
They
reference.
called
of
it a peculiar institution, right?
Yeah.
And there were plantation owners who did not abuse their slaves. They treated them very well. I heard that the British during the Revolutionary War, the British were very nice to their slaves. You know.
Yeah, but not all slave owners were white as well.
Mm-hmm.
There were some slave owners that were black.
Well, blacks are the ones that in Africa collected in their
What were they? What's up with that? What were they doing to their own people?
No, they were at war.
They were collecting them like you said.
Tribes. There were tribes at war with each other.
Yeah, it's terrible.
And they got money for providing slaves to the Europeans.
Horrible.
And then even at that time, Africa was split into the various empires. So of course you had Spanish control, you had French control, you had Portuguese control, French control.
You had the Mali Empire, the Zulus. In the South Africa was the Zulu Empire. You had different the Dutch. I think the Dutch, and it was the Dutch that controlled South Africa, right? Like Johannesburg is a Dutch name
originally, and then the English beat them in the what's that war called, Damien? The Boer War, right? BOER. The Boer War.
They took over South Africa.
Yeah, and then the English took over South Africa from the Dutch. Yeah.
Oh, that's why the movie Zulu was an interesting movie. Both of them. Well, the original, I remember. They were British in red with these white hats.
The red coats.
They were red coats, but they had a different like white hat on, and they were fighting the Zulu empire that was attacking them, and the Zulus did a pretty good job of it. The spears and everything.
The Zulus were that was where that wrestler was from, right? The Zulu Nation. What was his name?
Shaka Zulu?
No. What was his name, Damien? The fat guy.
No, he's Uganda. You mean Kamala?
Kamala, yeah.
No, he was Uganda. He wasn't really Uganda. He was from Mississippi.
But
I was talking about the founding
related
fathers,
at all to South Africa?
Yeah, I think so. But even the founding fathers themselves. So back then, if you think religious zealotry is bad today, oh hell, it was far worse back then. Like, you think there's passion among the religious zealots today?
Do you think
they're
there is?
fanatical? Go back
think
into
there
their
is?
days.
Well, look at the Catholic Church with the Spanish Inquisition and torturing. If you were like against the Pope, like you were, or if you were caught performing witchcraft, or Nostradamus had to write in riddles and quatrains because of the Catholic Church. He didn't want to be brought up on heresy charges and put to death. And they burn people at the stake. That's pretty severe.
So yeah, but even the founding fathers themselves, they were very devout Christians, but their orthodoxy versus non-orthodoxy varied vastly, to the point to where they would read the same Bible and the same verses and come to the conclusion for slavery, but also against slavery at the same time. That is how fanatic and devout they were back then. So
look at the Puritans with the hysteria, the witch hunt hysteria, and a lot of those women were not witches. They were similar to a lot of evangelicals and born again fanatics, where they think everything in life is either God or the devil. I bet even if they stubbed their toe or broke their leg or something, oh, that's Satan did that. I mean, the devil did that. Everything is God or the devil. They never say, oh, the miracle of Mother Nature, the beauty of Mother Nature, or like anything bad happened, it would be punishment. Oh, the earthquake is punishment. a tsunami is punishment from God. You know.
So yeah, I know you
You know
really
what I mean?
harp on religious zealots, but I mean, compared to back then and today, I think ours is not as bad as what it once was.
Oh, James doesn't like the zealots, right?
No, the zealots are full of doo doo. The zealots cannot. The founding fathers kept church and state separated for a good reason, and because nobody has been able to prove that their God exists, and something as simple as the Mormons, what was his name, Joseph Smith, says the angel Moroni. Gee, I guess he didn't like when I said the angel Moroni. Bony
I don't know.
Moroni.
But yeah, I
Yeah.
guess this will be the last point, and then
Yeah,
we can
'cause
probably. So, one thing I did find interesting, and we can do this for future shows about where I'm now finally a certified constitutionist, not a constitutionalist. That we can really dive more into the history of America. And one thing you'll find very interesting is when we were still English subjects and still English colonies, technically every single colony before we declared our independence and went under the Articles of Confederation, where every colony had its own charter and constitution, they were, in essence, Judeo-Christian theocracies.
Oh, by the way, when you go on Ronald Thierry's Tuesday daytime show, don't forget to bring your constitutionist certificate.
Constitutionist.
And if he starts busting your chops, you hold it up and say, looky what I have. I graduated. Yeah.
I guess it would depend.
Because, in other words, it shows more credibility than before you had these. I know, certificates are pieces of paper and everything like that. Oh, here he is. He's not mad because I thought you got mad because I said the angel Boney Maroney spoke to Joseph Smith about the Mormons.
But yeah, English colonies before the Articles of Confederation were, in essence, Judeo-Christian theocracies. And we saw exactly what happened during those times. But if you want proof, go back and just read their charters and read their constitutions prior to 1776 from the time of establishment of the colony, from anywhere from the 1600s to the 1700s, which those documents are still preserved. That's the reason why we were able to look at them. You will be like, I think we've come a long way. Just in that regard alone, I think we've come a long way. Because even when we went under the Articles of Confederation for the duration of the war, it still maintained more state power. So since there really was no federal constitution that separated church and state at that point, you can really thank the Constitution for doing separation of church and state, because had we stayed under the Articles of Confederation, things would have been much different. Trust me, they would be. Because the Articles of Confederation, do they still have any force and effect in law today?
No.
They do, but they don't
no.
in the
Why
way that
would
you would
they?
traditionally think.
Why
And I'm
would
getting to it. The Articles of Confederation, along with the Declaration of Independence, are our foundational documents that founded our country. So the Declaration of Independence said that we are going to be independent states. The Articles of Confederation set up a loose confederation among the independent states. Now, with that still being a foundational document, whenever it was time for the Constitutional Convention, the Articles of Confederation
The
were...
Constitutional Convention was basically a coup d'etat, right?
Not really, and I'll explain. So, with all that still being foundational documents, they have the force and effect in law in terms of our founding. So, does any of the things prescribed in the Articles of Confederation have any force and effect in law? No. It's more like a ceremonial force and effect in law, meaning that, along with the Declaration of Independence, formed our country. The Constitution perfected it and made it what it is today. So when we went under the Constitution, that's when we ceased to be a confederation of independent states, and we chose to have a
But the
federal form of
Constitutional
government.
Convention was only convened under the legal requirements set forth in the Articles of Confederation.
Right.
But then they went and had this meeting, but they completely overturned the government with what they said they're going to do.
Well, they overturned the Articles of Confederation. They mostly just scrapped everything, but they kept the name.
Yeah.
They kept the name as this is what founded our country, but the Constitution
Look,
perfected.
he's leaving. James, you're leaving?
No, he's coming back. But
no, he's leaving.
So,
James, what are
How
you
am I
doing?
leaving? If I'm going to lie down.
You're going to
yeah,
lie
he's
down?
just lying down. So there's basically three types of government that you can have:
still here.
a Unitarian, a federal, or a Confederate type. A Unitarian is more of a strong central government top-down approach. A federal is a shared power between a state or a province and a federal government, and a confederation is more of state power, more of a bottom-up approach, and the central government is much weaker. So that's why the Articles of Confederation, our country originally was a confederacy, but then it became a federal republic. But each state still technically is its own sovereign republic, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
So the federal government has powers specifically delegated in the federal Constitution, meaning Article 1, Section 1 to the 27th Amendment. That's where the federal government's power and authority starts and it stops. But in that document, it also talks about, well, where does state power begin? The 9th and 10th Amendment. If it doesn't say it outside of the 9th and 10th Amendment, then it reverts to the state. If it doesn't say anything in the state constitution, it goes to the people. That's how that works. That's why.
But it's not actually followed. That the 10th Amendment is not actually followed.
Well, they're
Basically
starting to reclaim the 9th and 10th Amendment power and authority through this term you've probably heard of. It's becoming more and more common nowadays, but nullification.
Yep. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So a lot of states are using
Try it,
9th and
but
10th Amendment
that's-
nullification.
That's what the Civil War was. Like,
No, that was secession. Secession and nullification are not the same thing. Nullification.
well, if you nullify, you can secede, but it would become one before the other, where the Civil War was seceding just before nullification.
Well, they kind of go hand in hand, but they're also separate. Here's why. So a lot of states right now are using 9th and 10th Amendment nullifications to nullify federal action within the confines of a state.
They've been doing this for like
so
centuries.
The left and the
been-
right have been using nullification. So
Yeah.
in a lot of states where they're refusing to enforce immigration laws, they're refusing to enforce drug laws, things like that.
What
That's
state's
the
doing
left
that?
nullifying.
New York,
Yeah.
like New York City.
So that's nullification from the left.
That's
The right.
nullification. Is that nullification?
Yeah, that's nullification.
Like what? So what New York City is doing, where they say like it's a sanctuary city.
Yeah.
So any immigrant or migrant can come in. A migrant. Is that considered nullification?
Yeah. So what they're doing is they're basically telling the federal government, "Fuck
Or
you."
even just telling their state government, right? Because it's just a city. It's just New York City.
Yeah, even cities and towns and counties can use nullification. It
Right.
can go from the state to local,
So,
and there's even
if
the people's
if New York
nullification.
State didn't agree with what New York City was doing, which happens, it does happen a lot throughout history. New York City can nullify what New York State is mandating. Would you call it that?
Yeah, but that's how the left is using nullification. Now, how does the right use nullification? So when you see a lot of these states that are passing legislation within the state that they're not going to enforce federal gun laws on things like short barrel rifles, short barrel shotguns, suppressors, magazine bans, or enforcement of the National Firearms Act or anything like that, that is nullified within the confines of the state, that's the right using nullification of that. So it's basically just saying that the state is not going to allocate any funds legislatively, nor is there going to be any sort of manpower or enforcement to use to carry out this act within the confines of the state. And that also means that judicially, no court will hear any case in regards to the prosecution of a federal law or federal statute within the confines of it. So nullification is alive and well. So when people say nullification is not in the Constitution, that's the point. Because the feds don't nullify, the states and the people nullify.
States and the people.
Yeah, the states and the people. Now, can the feds nullify state action? They can. If they can make the constitutional argument using the Supremacy Clause and anything outside of the 9th and the 10th Amendment that's already in the federal Constitution to nullify a state action, then that's federal nullification to nullify state action. Now, how do the people use nullification? So this is where things get interesting. So this is more along the lines of if a state agency or any state official, whether it be the state legislature or the governor or anything under the governor's executive branch or anything involving state courts, if they take it upon themselves to not enforce or hear cases on a state action, then that's the state and the people's nullification working hand in hand. Or another way of people's nullification is when people, the regular people, refuse to abide by or consent to something. So if the people don't abide by it, that's already the start of people's nullification. But if there's no law enforcement enforcing the law and there's no cases to be heard, then it doesn't really matter what the state legislature or the federal Congress has passed as a law. If there's no enforcement, no cases to be heard, it's just words on paper that mean nothing. So that's why we're in this period of nullification and also known as hyper novelty. So yeah, people get upset and they're just like, yeah, screw this. I'm not going to abide by that. That's hyper novelty. That's where we're
Now,
at.
why is it hyper novelty? Where does that name come from?
So hyper novelty is when people just stop abiding by the laws. They stop abiding by
So it's like
things that
if you just say like, I'm not going to file my taxes anymore. I'm not going
which is what millions of Americans have done. And where's the IRS coming after them? No one.
And the IRS never says anything to them.
And they can't enforce it because there's too many people.
But you know what? You know what happens though. One problem with that is if you're actually working at a job and you're not filing your taxes, you don't get the Social Security credit that you're supposed to get for paying Social Security taxes that you pay. If you don't file your tax return within like 3 years, you don't get those credits that you're supposed to get for that job.
Mm-hmm.
So that they lose that.
Income tax has always been voluntary. That's what most people don't realize. The 16th Amendment was never ratified properly.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah.
All right, guys, we got to close up the shop. It's late.
So yeah, I think for next show I can do more of talking about like Nasara and Jasara. So now that we know where we've come from, but where are we heading, talk about that more in detail and how Nassara is the return back to sovereign constitutional law. They work hand in hand. And I think people will really want to tune in and listen to that so that way they know everything that they need to know in terms of reclaiming their power, their authority, and their sovereignty back. So you're
Right.
not going to want to miss that.
And then eventually I want to get into mysticism. You know, you got your tools that you have, Damien, and hopefully we'll get Mickey, the German woman, we'll
Nikki
get her
Haley?
on.
Not Nikki Haley, right?
No,
No,
not Mickey Haley. Yeah, Haley in the Comets, Bill Haley in the Comets. No, yeah. Well, we'll get away from politics, get into mysticism, and you could talk about the fifth dimension.
The one.
The one, yeah, all that stuff, transitioning into it. And I heard Apopsis, the doomsday asteroid, is supposed to be doing a flyby. I don't know exactly when, but it's a good thing that it's
What did you say?
Apopsis. There's a doomsday asteroid called Apopsis that's going to be doing a flyby past Earth, close, but no.
Do you know about that, Damien?
But no collision.
It does play into a lot of different things, but that's going to be a subject in of itself. Whenever I talk about Nassara Jassar and the return of constitutional law and where we're going, that itself is going to be, again, super empowering because now you'll understand exactly what this all means.
So how come the eclipse? It didn't mean anything?
Oh, it did. It meant more than what you think.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's a lot of solar storm.
Is this going to happen again, where it means more than?
There's going to be another eclipse.
What about the aurora
2026.
People
So it's just going to keep happening and happening.
Well, it's to bring us to the fifth dimension and to ultimately bring us into the new golden age, so to speak. But I'll cover more about that in Nassara Jassar because that is the new system that's coming in behind the crashing of this Federal Reserve System. But in order for it to come in, this system has to crash and burn, and everything has to be blamed on the people that are supposedly in charge right now.
So what's going to happen when
we
this
see
happens,
everything?
Damien? Are you gonna die?
No.
Am I gonna die?
No, we're not gonna die. It's going to be the end of the world as we know it,
As
and
we know it.
we'll feel
We know it.
fine.
Maybe that's why.
But didn't that happen already in 2020?
Song.
It was the end of the world as we knew it.
Yeah. We can dive more into that, but
maybe that's why we're having so many solar storms. Maybe there's a connection to that.
There is a connection. We're getting earthly upgrades, and we're getting bodily upgrades and DNA upgrades.
Are we living in the end times, Damien?
Yes, this is the end times.
All right, that's the end times, and let's end it at that. It's the end of the show. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. Collectively,
endings everywhere. Endings galore.
Including the alias that might come back with a new alias.
Sid,
Maybe
right?
there's the changing of the guards, the changing of the aliases.
I think we scared him away.
Because we mentioned those words. Rumpelstiltskin. I mean, Red Rooster. We mentioned the word.
The jabroni, Red Rooster.
Jabroni, and right away, he stopped. So that's why
he didn't say anything after that.
Maybe he'll come back as another alias. You know, but you could tell it's
But
him.
that alias, James, has been around for years.
Yeah,
the one that he was using.
But you know how you could tell? He uses one word with every alias a lot. Bra. B-R.
No, it's
bra.
He only does that. He only does that with the Sid one.
Yeah, no, they all use bra. B-R-A-H.
Not all of them.
I'm telling you. Well, no, not Fart Doctor or Horn Dog.
Horn Dog doesn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
Eric Fraunfelter doesn't do it.
What?
Eric Fraunfelter? He doesn't do it either.
No, he wouldn't. No, well, he's a trickster, but he wouldn't do what this guy's doing.
Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, everyone, check out those links in the description. Trust me, they are well worth the read, and you will have a lot of questions you'll probably want to ask. You'll be like, I've never heard of this before, but now I'm interested, and you'll want to learn more.
Actually, that was a good idea that Ronnie S. inspired you to
put the references
get these
in.
links and put it in the description, because now people, if they doubt, they can check for themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah, to where now it's not a conspiracy theory, but now
Not
we're
a
dealing with an
conspiracy
actual
theory.
conspiracy. We've gone from conspiracy theory to conspiracy fact.
Now, can they handle that, Damien? That's the
Well,
question.
whether they handle it's up to them. I'm just providing the information, and whatever they do with it is up to them. Just because they choose to not want to accept it doesn't mean that it's going to just magically cease to stop
It's not gonna
being
go away.
the truth. Exactly. It's not going to go away. You're going to have to deal with it till you deal with it.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
And that's
And
it.
James might have some sensitive listeners.
Yeah, James, why don't you read through it this week and see what you got to say about it?
Well, it's there. Actually, it's not. It's better than there. It's on my my phone's notepad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so just read it, and
I
trust
read
me,
Just read it. James.
we'll have a lot to talk about on it.
And I'll particularly watch the guy that looks like he barbecues a lot. The chubby guy with the beard.
Oh, Monkey Works.
Oh, James, what did you
Grass monkey.
What did you think of that picture I sent you today? The guy that looks like Chris Christie.
Wait a minute, that wasn't Chris Christie?
No.
I thought that was Chris Christie. You told me it was Chris Christie.
Well, I was saying that's basically him before he had the surgery. There was a big fat guy. I saw him out in
And here I'm sending it to everybody I know, and they're going, "Oh my God, he really got that fat."
Yeah. Well, my phone's about to die, so I think I'm gonna put this